What is up, everybody? How's it going? Welcome to Taroko's Splatling Spectacle tournament here today. I'm Kyon, and I'll be the one leading you guys through the first 4 rounds of the tournament here. It's going to be Splatlings everywhere, and we absolutely mean that Splatlings are going to be everywhere today. Round 1's matchup is going to be Bewitched Ink versus Fartfelt fellas here. Do we have the rosters on hand as well? Green, Safi, Tarot, and Gold Kelp on Bewitched Inks. And Fartfelt also has Duke, Dark Tofu, and Enamel to kick off both these teams. Here, we're going to be starting with, of course, round 1 with our first map being, of course, Manta Maria Clam Blitz. Now, few things to keep in mind when it comes to the Splatling choices here throughout. Right here is that you have to figure out how you can get those Splatlings to work well. A lot of people will know the Splatling as primarily a lot of heavy backline choice weapons. But you also have the mini Splatlings that are available. Some of my personal favorites will, of course, be stuff such as the Hydra, the mini Splatling there as well. But I would love to see how each team wants to go ahead and tackle some of those choices that we have. So, all that being said and done, we take a look at both these teams here. Bewitched Ink, Fartfelt, basic teams you might. I'm going to be really curious to see how both these teams want to approach this particular map combination. Manta Maria Clam Blitz can be a very fascinating map to work with, especially when you factor in the street and the fact that the barrier is really close to that regard. But you also want to take advantage of some of that high ground that is going to be available to keep note. Now, we do know that in the upcoming season, there are also other Splatlings out there, so I'm sure some Splatling fans are very, very, very excited about that. But there's a lot of ways. But hey, maybe the heavy-headed and ballpoint nouveau in the upcoming season may pan out nicely. But that's not quite but we're not quite at the upcoming season just yet. We're still here in this existing one. Keep in mind. So I would like to see teams. I wouldn't be surprised if we do see teams with a player who's on ballpoint duty, Hydra duty as well. Mini's probably going to be the sleeper pick to note. But there's only so many choices that you can have. And one of the other rule sets that this tournament has is gonna be that you can't pick 2 of the same weapons on the same team. So you have to be a little bit more unique on how you approach this. As we're about to load into Manta Maria Clam Blitz. Here, Bewitched Ink is going to be on the left-hand side or the alpha side. On the other side is going to be Fart Fellas. And we take a look at the comps right away. There's some interesting choices you have here. Of course, both teams needed to have a ballpoint. Ballpoint's still among one of the better weapons here in the game so far. So no surprise that both teams are on ballpoint duty to get this started. But I do like the choices here. Other than Nautilus Mirror as well, the only big change is going to be the mini Splatling is going to be different across both these teams here. Fartfelt is going to be using the vanilla mini Splatling and the Zinc mini on the hands of Bewitched Ink. 96 Gal Deco also on Bewitched Inks, and which is also not a bad pick. You do have the Kraken that it is available to help anchor some of that backline and to help protect the rest of your team if they're able to do so. Hydra Splatling on the side of Fartfellas, at least you add the Booyah Bomb to that mix. So really both these teams kind of opting for the 2 mirrors here, Ballpoint and Nautilus, both again very popular choices here in this Splatling filled world. So love to see how both these teams approach it. On the side of Bewitched Ink, though they do have a lot of clams in that clam counter before officially getting wiped out there, and that should signal the start for Fartfellas to try to push right along, and they will. Down to 71 points remaining. They're sending in a lot of clams. Nautilus and the mini going down. Those only 2 down on the side of Fartfellas before that push effectively gets stalled, and they are going to trade 2 on the other end, but that's not all it's going to be. 68 points remains, not too bad. 16 points in the penalty box for Fartfellas. So gonna be really curious to see what the response is from Bewitched Ink though. So it's 68 points remaining. It's still not a huge lead, but it is a lead nonetheless, and it's a good starting push right there. Nice shot on the 8-Jet, taking out Vadvid there as well. And that will be very nice to get things going. Mini Splatling also drops as well. Both minis actually dropping across the map all around. Do you see the Inkstorm trying to provide some more cover down that street level? You have to see see where they start to pick up the clams and possibly get all the other stuff available. But it looks like Farfellas, they do lose 2, and the ballpoint had the special available but dropped as well. And that's really going to be the end of that one. Do you see, however, a power clam has spawned on the side of Farfellas there. You got the mini Splatling holding onto it from what it appears. They also have that special if they want to take advantage of it. Mini Splatling special is going to be the Ultra Stamp if they can carve out a path, but they can't throw it. They can't throw that power clam once they have in their possession and using the stamp. 2 have dropped on the side of Bewitched Ink's end. The Kraken has been popped, but that's all it's going to be. Only is going to stall the push for just a tiny bit. Power clam still moving right along. Booyah Bomb being thrown in, trying to carve out that path, but it's going to be just a bit too late there. 3 have dropped on the side of Bewitched Ink, but so did the other 3 on Farfellas. It's effectively a stall push and a delayed wipe to boot. So that push goes nowhere, and a nice defense overall from Bewitched Ink. 2 minutes left to go there, and it looks like Bewitched Ink is still trying to claw their way through. They are able to have a very nice stop defensively with how the Splatlings have position, but now you got to start really thinking about building up your specials and trying to build up everything else in play here, because right now only 68 points remaining. That's still effectively you have the one power clam. You have to throw in, let's see here, 5 more to at least force a lead change. So if they're able to get some of those power clams available, should be good news. And it looks like right now Bewitched Ink 2 players with at least 4 clams in their possession. And it looks like they are able to take out Vadvid there as well. Minute and 20 left to go. It's 2 down actually on the side of Farfellas right now. And it looks like, however, though, the Inkjet able to take out one along with the heavy Splatling going down as well. And that's really going to be the end of the attempted push from Bewitched Ink. Farfellas also holding them off nicely there. Now they're down to 0 clams, and with a minute left to go, now they have to start farming them back up. Farfellas could try to extend their push, try to make sure this is a much bigger lead for them, and certainly they should be able to. 2 members have dropped on the side of Bewitched Ink, make that 3. 45 seconds left to go. No, there is the power clam that is just available, being thrown into the basket. Now it's down to at least 52 points remaining. They do lose 3. It is going to be the free power clam that is going to be picked up. Is it going to be picked up in time? Just at the nick of time, able to spawn clam if they're able to get a push started. Now you have to make sure that you get the special farmed out. If you're, of course, the 96 Gal Deco and the ballpoint Splatling, you want to find some of those picks onto Farfellas as much as you can. And a lot of power clam tossing, just trying to make sure that their entire team isn't exposed. Specials are available right now. Watch for the specials being Gal Deco and the ballpoints. And 3 seconds left to go. We're down to overtime. But they gotta start pushing up here, and it looks like they are able to get more power clams available. All the clams are being chucked in. Nautilus does go down. Now there's a sneaky jump there to the barrier, but they did lose 3, and 1 power clam was only chucked in before the team officially gets wiped out. Farfellas is going to be able to hold them off and win this first map here in Winners Round 1. It was an interesting slog there to the finish line, but Farfellas was able to at least hold them off in what could have been a very devastating push from Bewitched Ink. That is excellent work all around from Farfellas, able to get the initial push going, and the offense was kind of sputtering just a little bit. It was pretty much where Bewitched Ink was able to take out multiple, but could not push up ahead and take full advantage of the comp that they had. They had the 96 Gal Deco and the ballpoint Splatling. You did get to see picks onto Vadvid as much as they could, but it really didn't spawn to anything else. The rest of the team still falling a little behind. Farfellas will take map 1 of this set. We're going to move on to the second one, and it's going to be on Mahi Mahi zones. Now, this one could be a little fascinating to work around, too, because you have the large zone right smack down the middle. Down to 60 points remaining. The terrain does change a bit here on Mahi zones. So once we do see 60 points remaining, you're going to see a little bit more turf that you could ink down, try to set up for your team as much as you can. So I'm gonna be really curious to see how this pans out. Now, I believe these rounds are gonna be best of 3 as well. So this is gonna be max point for Farfellas. Farfellas had something good spawning in with their initial comp. They had the mini Splatling, the Nautilus, and the ballpoint, of course, and they had the Hydra. I wouldn't be surprised if they want to stick to those 4. It has worked out very well for them, but you kind of want to dish out that Hydra, not just for the range, but also possibly using the Blue Bomb to help displace the enemy, or possibly use it as a last-ditch effort to capture the zone. For Bewitched Ink, though, you had what, the Zinc Mini, Ballpoint, and the Nautilus as well, and then I think they also had the Heavy Splatling Deco, which almost seemed to work, but they played very defensively onto that. Maybe the goal is to not play as defensively if you are Bewitched Ink. So a lot of ways you can really go. Yo, there are only so many Splatlings to pick, and you cannot pick duplicates there. So there's only like so many minor changes you can really make. Wouldn't be surprised if I do get to see a vanilla slight change, but given everything we have, maybe both teams will just stick to the same Splatling composition that might carry us through. On to Mahi Mahi zones. To boot here, and it looks like a little bit of an interesting load time that we did see, and it looks like there is going to be the overall change. Actually, we're going to be seeing the Zinc Midi actually being flexed over on Duke's end, but on the other side, some overall changes there. Hydra, Vanilla Mini, and the 96 Gal. So you decided to go away with the 96 Gal deco and move over to the regular 96 Gal. You got your Wave Breaker and the Sprinkler there, as we do see control being flipped for a quick moment. Zinc Mini's gone back to the Mini Splatling. And there is going to be no Nautilus, opting for the Hydra, so you do get a little bit more paint coverage with the assistance of the Booyah Bomb, and then the Wave Breaker to help deter the rest. And now you move over to the Zinc Mini, so you can be a little bit more offensive with these comps if you can, but ultimately it's going to really boil down to is can you break through the zone with the amount of range and the amount of pain that you have, because both minis are going to have to start moving up a little bit to help contest for the point. And we do get to see the water level finally dropping before two members, of course, going down on Bewitched Inks, and Fartfell is having this one on lock so far, down to 50 points remaining in change, still hanging on to it by a thread, and it looks like they're gonna still be able to get this one ticking down there, as they do lose one. The Zinc Mini drops as well, but look at that, it's two members down. Freezy and Terrell have been taken out of the picture, so even though the points have been neutralized overall, Fartfells will be able to get control back because of the squid advantage, and now Bewitched Ink cannot afford to stagger too much here as they are getting put behind, but they finally get control of the zone back. They do also drop two. Zinc Mini, the Ballboy going down as well. Bulk Help and the rest of the gang trying to move right up ahead, trying to see if they can pressure Fartfells out. This is going to be the right time to do so. You have a little bit more range. Blue Bomb being thrown out there as well. Make sure you don't give the rest of Fartfells an inch, as Duke does drop earlier. And Nam able to find them easily, but looks like right now, though, they were able to get control down to 49 points remain. Booyah Bomb being thrown out here, and it is going to be three members down. The Booyah Bomb was actually kind of thrown into that exact general vicinity there, and it will be the control flip thanks to an assisted wipeout. Fartfell is able to hang on just nicely, able to get control of the zone back, and now down to 47 points in the penalty box that was remaining. Excuse me, 11 points remaining is the official count. And it looks like there is going to be the mini that did drop, but you know, that enamel does take out so far. But you have 20, but they are able to get through these penalty points that Fartfellas have. Blue Bomb being thrown in there at a very precarious position there. The sun ultimately blocked them at this point. It looks like the Inkstorm was being thrown out there. Taro did drop just now, and it is going to be two members down, so the point was only neutralized for a little bit, and the Stamp's been denied as well, and it will be them getting out of the points remaining, and this should be Fartfell's victory there, unless there's going to be a last-minute contest, which there will not be. Fartfells will win this first set here 2-0 after taking home Mahi zones. Great overall teamwork really coming in from Fartfellas, basically able to take that one home there. I did like the idea that Bewitched Ink had, but Fartfellas had all the control that they had right to that very point there. The time just ultimately ran out on Bewitched Ink's end. By the time Bewitched Ink was able to cap him off, there was already so many points remaining. They had to make sure that they retain possession of that zone as much as they can. Given the terrain that Mahi zones all players have to work with, it's not as easy as it sounds. You have to work on higher ground where Splatlings will just run free with it, and then make sure you don't get caught in awful positions. And Bewitched Ink, they definitely gave it a very good effort, but Fartfellas will come out on top by the end of it. Final score will be 2-0 for Fart Fellows, leading by the end of winners round 1. We're going to be moving on to the next round here in just a bit there. But to recap this one, Fart Fellows winning the first 2 on Manta Clams and Mahi Zones. Bewitch Ink just a little bit behind on every push that they had. Bewitch Ink pretty much got blanked out. Tried to make a last-minute push at the end of the Manta Clams map, but the entire team gets wiped out big time by Fart Fellas. And Fart Fellas had total control despite losing zones for about a few moments. We just started the tournament. Saw a lot of amazing Splatling plays all around. But don't go anywhere, though. We're going to get winners round 2 queued up here in just a few moments. So don't leave your seats. We'll be back here in just a bit. Welcome back, everybody, to the Splatling Spectacle Tournament. Once again, I'm Keon, leading you through winners round 2, as we got 2 teams up ahead. 8K Ping, a team that I'm sure most people will recognize. They're against Arrows of Lightning. Rosters being made available there, but both teams, I think, are about to be blazing through the weapon picks here. So quick rundown of the rosters here. 8K Ping, X-Man, Gavman, Psycho, Multi, and Kari, excuse me, I don't know why I read that as an L. On the other side, Arrows of Lightning, Rizzy, Mr. Hippo, Curb, Melon, Shark, Katina, Sharkbrain, Sharkbrain, and others. So that will be Arrows of Lightning's roster here. We're gonna jump straight into to our second round here. First map being Humpback, Pump Track, Rainmaker to boot. This is probably one of the better modes for Humpback, Pump Track here in this game, basically. But this is also a very small yet condensed map, so unsurprisingly, Splatlings could probably be slowing down a ton of pushes. This could be one of those fascinating modes where you could be seeing Rainmaker push to be a little bit slow out of the gate. The way that this could get sped up pretty easily is teams to be very aggressive. So I wouldn't be surprised again. Mini Splatling probably is gonna have one person on Mini Splatling duties, most likely either the Mini or the Zinc Mini. Either choice is probably gonna be the case. Wouldn't be surprised if we do see Ballpoint, Hydra, Nautilus, the usual suspects here, as about to queue right into map number 1, Humpback, Pump Track, Rainmaker. 8K Ping's on the Bravo side, the right-hand side. Arrows of Lightning's on the left, or the Alpha segment, so keep that in mind for those tuning in. 8K is on green, and as I mentioned before, Mini Splatling is going to be the play here. Both teams are going to be pretty much dishing out a variant of what's going to likely be the Mini Splatling, because you got to have a little bit of front midline protection on an all Splatlings tournament, of course. Then you got to have, of course, a mixture of many different Splatling choices you may have. Again, Ballpoint usually the go-to in this case, but in this case, 8K Bing is not going to run it. It's going to be Ballpoint on Arrows of Lightning side. Scabman's able to take out one, and that's really going to be it. Quick analysis, Clam. I think if I'm looking at this closely here, all 7 Splatlings, all the available Splatlings that can be played in Splatoon are being played here in this matchup alone. The only mirror is going to be the Nautilus, so all of the unique Splatlings have been made available. Bonus points for both these teams doing that there. Two members down, by the way, on the Arrows of Lightning. One down on AK Ping. Make that 2. With 4:10 left to go. And as we mentioned, though, both teams are just going to be playing this one from range so often that pushes are going to be a little bit slow out of the gate. Both teams will likely be trying to farm up for specials as much as they can. Here's the Inkstorm coming out from 8K Ping. And it looks like that it's just going to be passing through, trying to make sure that they get the rest of Arrows of Lightning kind of spread across the board. It looks like so far, though, 8K Ping kind of working together as one unit, able to take out one member there. It looks like it's going to be the nice Xiao Dago drop, and Nautilus and Ballpoint also have both went down, so we're going to add a 1-for-1 trade to the mixture of this, and now 8K Ping does lose two, so again, no one wants to touch the Rainmaker. Nobody really can anyway, though, because the range game really that the Splatlings have to offer, especially with the map so condensed as Humpback Pump Track, makes this a little bit more difficult to navigate around. We do see the Rainmaker finally being picked up by 8K Ping about 1:40 in and change. And it looks like all the Rainmaker shots being thrown out left and right isn't going to really find a whole lot, at least for now, but they are going to provide enough pain. Now you're going to make that 2 members dropping down just earlier. It will be the first checkpoint for sure. So now 8K Ping, they strike first with the first checkpoint broken in the game, and now things could snowball out of hand if 8K Ping is able to take advantage, as they are able to put down so much ink down on the turf. They're trying to make sure that a path does get carved out here. The Kraken able to take out the Rainmaker over there. Kraken out of curb, able to take out that member who was holding the Rainmaker, of course. It looks like the Rainmaker finally being picked up there. Shark's going to be able to pick that one up with the shots being fired. But it looks like they're going to try to play this one a little bit more defensively at this stage. And so far, it is going to be a good initial push of 18 points remaining. Good being a definite understatement there. But Arrows of Lightning can't really proceed on. The Rainmaker holder's still alive. Bonus points to that one, and now finally going down thanks to the Booyah Bomb assist. So they aren't able to get that Rainmaker out just well, but they kept it in such a safe position. But 8K Ping is going to be okay with this here. Strategy that it could be seen out of 8K Ping. Just try to make sure that you don't give Arrows of Lightning a chance to pop. So what you are likely going to be seeing here is arrows of lightning probably being pressured out thanks to the range there. With it on closer analysis of AK Ping's comp, you got the Hydra and the Vanilla 96 Gal as they actually do pick up the Rainmaker. As soon as I speak words into what AK Ping's gonna do, they're gonna break through the first checkpoint since the Rainmaker was left in safe territory for arrows of lightning. Now 2 members have dropped on both sides, so this push is probably gonna be sticking around on this first checkpoint. Trex is going to try to poke from range. We do see the Booyah Bomb being thrown out here so far, but it looks like that won't find anything to boot. And we do see 2-for-2 trade, but they're on that side, and it looks like everything. With all that being said and done, it's only still the 57 points remaining. Rainmaker's kind of just being stuck around the first checkpoint. Do you see a member finally going down? The Zinc Mini and the Nautilus have dropped as well. Make that 3 members have dropped on Arrows of Lightnings at an 8K ping. Able to win that fight just nicely. We're down to a minute left to go on the clock. Again, 8K ping with a really good lead so far there. Ultimately, what you need to do is make sure that you don't give Arrows of Lightning a chance to pick up the Rainmaker at the stage. Now, this Rainmaker being picked up here with around 37 seconds and change. It's not. I believe it's not quite enough on stall territory there. There looks like maybe an extra 16 seconds added to the clock. But this is not an easy map to stall out the Rainmaker for, with the way this map is shaped. So they have to play very safely here, but I don't think they're going to have to worry about that too much as Arrows of Lightning, they did lose multiple members. I think they have lost 2 there on that side, and it looks like they're going to be seeing the Kraken from Curb trying to flank around there. Multi might be able to escape. They cannot, and it's 2 members going down on AK Ping's end, so this is going to be overtime at the very least. They just have to pick up this Rainmaker, though. AK Ping is kind of playing this one a little bit close, and they do pick it up, but did drop by the end of it. So AK Ping with a nice defensive hold and 18 points remaining was just enough. Arrows of Lightning could not get a nice counter push, and AK Ping wins the first map. I'll give both teams this, though. All of the unique Splatlings were played in just this map. So I'll give both teams bonus points for that, but ultimately, the real point going to 8K Ping winning on that one, Humpback Rainmaker. It was a pretty close fight all around. Both teams really couldn't get a good feel for the Rainmaker being picked up because, again, range was just all over the board there. Members were kind of being spread out on both teams, so nobody really had full control of mid. AK Payne decided, we're just gonna take it ourselves. We have control on the Rainmaker. Now we just gotta make sure that Arrows of Lightning didn't have a chance. 2 members down, then turned it into the first checkpoint, and then a lot more. AK Ping were being a lot more opportunistic with this push. Arrows of Lightning nearly had something going there after they broke through the first checkpoint, with the Rainmaker being stuck on their own side of the fence. But ultimately, it was just the first checkpoint and just maybe a few extra, and then they just couldn't get the pushes revved up. AK Ping winning map number 1, so we're going to move on to map 2, Museum de Alfonsino Clam Blitz. Map that normally sees a lot of competitive play, and again, the same idea applies. You only have 7 Splatlings to work around, so I would love to see how some of those adjustments may work. I think both teams may opt to stick to the same fundamental setup here. We have seen so far many Splatling and Nautiluses being a near constant. You could substitute Nautilus for either, of course, 96 or the Hydra. We've barely seen some ball points there. Maybe on the 2 maps that we have seen so far on stream. I think both teams may get the sense that ballpoint may not work in a tournament where you can only play Splatlings, and there's only so many options you can have in terms of the specials being played. Some teams are just going to opt to pick up that ballpoint there. I think both teams are going to just stick to the same weapon choices here. So again, another map where we get to see all 7 unique Splatlings being played. Love to see how Arrows of Lightning how they have to adjust as much as they can there. AK Ping gonna start trying to putting painting down. Arrows of Lightning fundamentally moving up as a team, trying to move a few inches further, a few centimeters even. So you see the Kraken actually just zooming right in, able to take out multiple members on top of it. All that being said and done, though, it's just 1 for 1. So basically, clams are just being dropped left and right. Now we're gonna get to see the all-out brawl kind of just happening there, as both teams just trying to assert control of mid here and trying to make sure they can get as many claims as they can as Ancient gets completely punished here by the heavy Splatling. Great aiming overall from our heavy Splatling guy there. Kari able to take them out from 8k ping. Now we can see even more clans being picked up. Both Nautiluses have dropped though, and again, just the same principle applies. Arrows of Lightning, from what we've seen so far in the early stages of this game, a lot of control around mid and the surrounding portions of Museum, at least for now. And then it looks like we may have seen a change here. AKP may have been able to respond just nicely. That being said, Sendo X-Man on AK Ping's end, just trying to stamp in, takes out one member. Maybe a little bit more coming in here shortly, but that's just gonna be the one. The Wavebreaker being placed in a location where it might be a little bit tricky to spot, and it turns into 2 members down. Shark has dropped as well. Where is the power clamp though from 8k ping? 2 members with 7 so far. It's just gonna be a little slow trying to get that clam being passed along. And you think just tried to throw one, trying to make something happen. No, still no push, but total control around Arrows of Lightning's territory there. Both minis have dropped, and now we do see the barrier being broken. Is there gonna be any follow-up though? Only 4 clams available, and it looks like there is gonna be no follow-up. Nobody really from 8k Ping's end to contest even further. One and done push from 8k Ping, but it is gonna be the first points on the board. 250 left to go. Now Arrows of Lightning trying to reestablish control of mid and everything else. If we take a close look at what Arrows of Lightning have, of course they have 3 specials. So you have the Inkjet, Big Bubbler if you want to take advantage of it, and the Inkstorm if you can place the Inkstorm in any position that can displace 8k Ping. Looks like the Bubbler was being used, but being blown up by a Burst Bomb of all things. And all that being said and done, there is going to be the one power clam that is available there. 8k Ping may be able to strike again if they can. It is going to be, again, that is not a safe 20 one and done push whatsoever. In fact, it's the only scoring that we have. I'd still like to see how Arrows of Lightning, if they can take advantage of the Ancient. The Ancient did get punished by the 96 gal that was available. I'd like to see if they can take advantage of it whatsoever. Sharks is going to pick it up, and of course, Shark gets punished yet again. That Ancient has been getting no value from Arrows of Lightning so far, and now you're going to see 2 members dropping again here. The Hydra again holds the power claim in play, and now multiple members are just dropping left and right. It's kind of a bit of a small stagger all around. This is going to give 8k Ping some time to get now another push going. They just got to get Ink down on enemy territories, and again, 2 members have dropped. 2 members have dropped again. Booyamon being thrown out there, and this is going to help free up the path to get the second power push going. They lose 3, now a delayed wipe. Nice hold by Arrows of Lightning, but more importantly, you're out of the one and done lead into 55 points remain. So now multiple power clams are going to be needed from Arrows of Lightning there if they can get another push going. But it is still a decent lead, but not really a safe one now, as we are going to be seeing 2 power clams available. The free clam back at basket still being picked up in play, but 8k Ping just completely punished the positioning there. X-Men being using that mini Splatling well, and now 3 members have dropped. 3 members have dropped, and it is not going to be the punish there. A lot of damage being thrown in. 96 gal Deco probably not going to be fighting the Suspicious Hammer, or the Ultra Sam for that matter, but 8k Ping gets completely punished from what it appears. 2 members have dropped. Kraken strikes again big time. Arrows of Lightning did a decent job holding off of what could have been a very interesting push from 8k Ping if they wanted to get more clams on the board. I wouldn't be surprised if 8k Ping will now try to play a little bit more defensively now. It's only 20 seconds left. You're not going to enter KO range. Arrows of Lightning could, in theory, find another push going, but they have to start finding members of 8k Ping. They got to find them out of position. The Zinc Mini has to put themselves in a position to help their team succeed here. Down to 5 seconds left on the clock as 3 members have dropped. We've entered overtime, and now the delayed wipe. This is going to be the victory for 8k Ping. 8k Ping puts an end to what could have been the hopes for Arrows of Lightning in the second round, and 8k Ping wins this one 2-0 here in winners round 2. Gotta give a lot of credit to 8k Ping there, basically finding all of the opportunistic pushes that they can. Excellent work from Multi, though, on the second push. I'm going to highlight here because the Booyah Bomb being thrown out. Make sure that Arrows of Lightning has no chance to stop what could have been to stop this push, because that was a one and done push from the initial get-go. You got a free power climb that Arrows Lightning could have taken advantage of, but it wasn't really enough by the end of it. By the time multiple members, you kind of got the sense that now the stakes were starting to show through. One member kept dropping one at a time from Arrows of Lightning. AK Pain just completely punished them at every given go, and it's still a deal. AK Pain moves on to the next round in winners round 3. I mean, Arrows of Lightning though, winning up against one of the low rank winners, I believe, from I think it was either the July version of low rank. I mean, they definitely fought very valiantly there in this All Splatlings tournament against AK Pain, but really wasn't enough. I mean, most of it was played very defensively, and then AK Pain just took every opportunity that they could. Any openings that you have, well, we're just going to try to take advantage each time. That's what we saw here on that second push, and that's pretty much what broke it a little bit open. Sure, Arrows of Lightning didn't get another push in, but I mean, you need to get a bigger lead in Museum Clans as much as you can. Otherwise, you know, that one and done push would otherwise that one and done push could have easily been a lead swap, but Arrows of Lightning couldn't find that opening. So, but yeah, we wrap up this winners round 2 set 2-0 in favor of AK Pain. AK Pain moving on to the next round. Arrows of Lightning drops lower brackets. We'll get round 3 or quarterfinal coming up here soon, but we're going to take a quick little break. When we come back, round 3 should be coming up here shortly, so don't leave your seats once again. Yep. Welcome back, everybody, to Winners Round 3 of the Splatling Showdown, Splatling Spectacle Tournament. Oops, it's always Splatlings. Once again, I'm Kyon, leading you through Winners Round 3 as we got Run Speed versus... Oh, hey, AK Ping's back. Yeah, AK Ping back on stream for Round 3, but this time their opponent is Run Speed. Run Speed's roster being Femi, Imad, Leaf, and Devi. Very familiar names for those who may recognize them. This will be a lot of fun to see how both these teams dish out in Winners Round 3 or quarters, as we're going to start map number 1 being Manta Maria Tower Control. This one is interesting. So pretty much everybody at this point, if they made it through Winners, have already seen Manta Maria, but they had to play clams. Now we get to see Tower Control this time. Now, in most typical tournaments, you would normally see blasters get played, but blasters is indeed not a splatling. You have to play with splatlings only. So most of the compositions that we've seen so far usually involves one mini splatling in play. Could either be the vanilla or the zinc mini splatling, especially. So you could either go big bubble or you can go big stamp. Gonna be curious to see what both teams want to do here. So usually you run one on each team, and both teams opting to run the vanilla mini splatling as their choice. Actually, I think it is a triple mirror, by the way. Here, we're gonna see the Hydra, the mini, and the 96 Gal. Not the 96 Gal Gecko, just the vanilla 96 Gal. We played on both teams. The major difference, run speed, by the way, on your teal greenish color. They're gonna be running the ballpoint. Speaking of ballpoint, the inkjet has been popped off. It looks like it's actually just going to be a trade, actually. Gavin and the ballpoint user trading blows there, as both teams kind of just trading two for two. No movement on the tower so far yet, and now two members have dropped. This is going to now be the go button for the team there. Nice throw all around on the Ultra Stamp. Femi dishes out one member down, and now multiple members have dropped on AK Ping's end to pass the first checkpoint. Now the biggest test for AK Ping shows up. Can they stop this push from continuing right along? Imad's the one on the tower, and we do see Imad not get punished yet. Booyah Bomb definitely dispersing them. The rest of AK Ping, 40 points remaining, and this push continues on in the other direction. Wave Breaker is being put on the tower. Two members have dropped. Maybe this might be the big stop that AK Ping needs, and that will be the tower being stopped at 21 points remaining. Statement push all around for Run Speed. Run Speed taking it down past 2 checkpoints. And that second to third checkpoint can be very tough to contest in most scenarios. Run Speed made that look really easy. AK Ping was definitely staggering a little bit there. I'm out of position, getting punished. Now AK Ping, can they get a better push? And on the magenta colors right now, we do see X-Man, Gavin, and others basically trying to push right up ahead. Hydra leaving tower for just a few moments, just trying to scout out the rest of the team there. Looks like AK Ping really just trying to get a feel for where the members of Run Speed are. Burst Bomb's being thrown out. We do see the stamp completely being punished right into the Booyah Bomb that was just thrown. Femi going down. It will be AK Ping. At least they're gonna be off the tower, so they're content leaving this push alone. Don't feel comfortable yet trying to move past where they should and trying to give an opening for Run Speed to see if they can get an even bigger lead. Tower's just going to be resetting back to mid on multiple fronts there. Okay, they did lose one member again. I think it's going to be X-Man, I believe, going down on top of it. Now, the key thing here, if you are the mini Splatling, you got more movement than your typical Splatling. You got to make sure that you help protect the rest of your Splatling buddies. You're going to be the one to operate on the mid to front line. Make sure you play a little bit more aggressive as you can. Multiple members did drop, by the way, just now. 1-for-1 trade. But Femi, I think Femi just took out one, but of course going down. Punished by X-Man, the other mini Splatling. Now let's see if X-Man can find something with that hammer. They cannot. The tower only moving slightly in one direction. Going back to mid each time. Ballpoint special is available if the rest of Run Speed can take advantage of it. Both Hydras did go down. Femi punishes one. Femi's play with the mini Splatling so far very immaculate, but can they turn this into an even bigger advantage? AK Ping, they have to just find ways to navigate around Run Speed. Run Speed, true to their name, just running all over the place. Really, just Run Speed's kind of just trying to spread themselves out. Kind of again, very similar positioning where You don't want to expose yourself as the Splatling here, trying to make sure you give yourself prime, trying to give away your prime positioning here. But it looks like it's 3 members down. Nautilus the only one dropping. That's going to be okay for 8K Ping. The Hydra's the only one alive. X-Man and Multi going to be the one on the second checkpoint. Multi going to be holding off here, and that will be the second checkpoint. That's going to be a crucial second checkpoint. X-Man just using the Ultra Stamp. Ultra Stamp isn't going to find anybody. Now can run speed. Make sure that 8K Ping can't get to the third checkpoint. That's 3 members down, actually. Kari's the only one alive. 96 Gal Deco. Or, excuse me, 96 Gal, not the Deco. Not sure what I'm talking about there. Kari going to be a little bit... Going to play this a little bit more defensively. They only bring this down to 29 points remaining. So AK Ping does not force the lead change yet. Run speed still in the driver's seat. And the target... And this tower is going to be moving at 1 pace each time. So they have to get multiple fights to win if 8K Ping wants to have a chance. 3 specials are available. 96 Gal going down, but can the rest of Run Speed take advantage? Femi's just trying to move from the back there. The Ultra Stamp being used. Ultra Stamp gets denied. What a stop and great positioning overall. 2 members have dropped. Only the Nautilus goes down. Delayed triple on top of it too. And I think it's going to be the delayed wipe. 8K Ping will be the ones on the tower. They will force OT. They have forced OT at the very least. Now 8K Ping has to position themselves. Make sure you don't give Run Speed a chance to outflank you and outmaneuver you. Here's the Ultra Stamp. It's going to hit a wall. The Booyah Bomb is going to be thrown out there. That was the risky Booyah Bomb. But Imed goes down. Imed does go down. The 96 Gal drops as well. And it is going to be entered to the third checkpoint. X-Man and Kari, they're able to take this one home. And they do, in fact, take lead. They do, in fact, take lead. A clutch push during OT. And 8K Ping, they will take this map all the way home in a fantastic comeback. My goodness, 8K Ping. And again, multiple members going down. Effectively a delayed wipe on Run Speed's end. Completely kickstarted the push. Run Speed had to just quickly move up. And Imed going down. The 96 Gal going down from Run Speed. Gave 8K Ping a huge advantage with multiple members just being able to surround the tower and beat up as much as they can. Yes, it was a 2-for-2 trade, but nobody from Run Speed really in position to punish 8K Ping big time. And we're now talking 8K Ping being up 1-0. Multiple points. Run Speed looked like they had that on lock, but 8K Ping stayed resilient and took that OT victory. They're going to run with that one, and now they're going to be carrying that momentum onto the second map, which will be Scorch Gorge Rainmaker. Oh my goodness. Now, again, you only have 7 Splatlings to choose from, so not much. So, ultimately, you may have to start tweaking some of your game plan here, because in Scorch Gorge Rainmaker, you have a lot more terrain to work with there. Rainmaker's going to be stuck in the middle, and now you got to start pushing it to... I think the first checkpoint, there's multiple options you can do, but I wouldn't be surprised if both teams will opt to go for the right hand option. But now that you're kind of playing Splatling, you're going to be focusing a little bit more on possibly gear that gives you a lot of chance, that gives you a lot of run speed, just like Run Speed's team. Actually wouldn't be surprised if either team wants to offer the Greats. It is a little bit of a risky maneuver, but maybe the safest pick they can choose, as it actually kind of gets them a little bit away from what could be a very hectic fight on the right-hand side. But sometimes the safe maneuver may be the best. They may opt to not pick the great route. They may want to go up the ramp and onto the checkpoint on the right-hand side. 8K Ping is going to be carrying that momentum onto the second map. Their Run Speed can't put your just yet. You can still run it back. This is a best of 3, though, so you have to win the next 2. It has to start on Scorch Gorge Rainmaker. Again, Run Speed on yellows, and 8K Ping is going to be on purple. Again, both regular minis going to be the ones in play here. Leaf on ballpoint duty. Imed's going to be flexing over to the 96 Gal Deco. Debbie's on the Hydra again. And it looks like there's going to be barely any mirrors other than the mini Splatling. That's the kind of mirror we expect to see, and the Hydra. Now let's end the Vanilla 96 on the hands of 8K Ping. Gonna be curious to see how Run Speed wants to approach it. Mini Splatling's end. That will be, I believe, X-Man going down. Now the Nautilus draws from Gavman. 8K Ping does lose 2, but Run Speed opting to not pick up the Rainmaker just yet until now. They put it down to 98 points remaining. X-Man gets punished again. 8K Ping continuing to lose their mini Splatling. Debbie has a lot of 8 to run towards you. This will be the first checkpoint. Run speed continuing where they left off in the first map with a very strong early push. But now they have to keep this lead, especially with these early pushes here. Rainmaker has been popped, and it will be the Rainmaker being picked up here. Now Devi's going to be using the Buoy Bomb. It's actually smart. It's right here that Devi did not pick up this Rainmaker, but they aren't able to carve out a path just yet. Optin is a stay behind the wall. Even so, though, 2 members going down on 8K Ping's end. 39 points remaining. Main 8 looking bad. Down to 34. The same script from the first map applies. A strong early push from Run Speed, and they're thwarted big time. 8K Ping still with a lot of time left, though. Down to 3:30 left on the clock. It looks like this Rainmaker is going to be resetting here. Time's just going to be running on it. Buoy Bomb being thrown in here. Make sure that Run Speed has no chance to move up ahead. Both mini Splatlings going down. X-Man has dropped alongside Femi. So it's just going to be a bunch of guys that normally would play backline taking over. Imad does drop, though. Hands of the Nautilus. Nautilus was able to take out one, but is going to go down as well. So a little bit of revenge trade there from Devi. There's going to be 2 members down on top of it, too. This is going to be delayed triple. Again, Run Speed has a chance to get this push going. And he's going to be the one that's going to be pushing up ahead. Rainmaker shots being thrown in there all over the board. Make sure that 8K Ping has no room to work with. Going to be wisely positioning themselves behind the Splatlings. The rest of the Splatling crews here from Run Speed trying to work together as one unit. Kraken has been popped. Imad's gonna be the one to try to force the displacement, but running straight into the Buoy Bomb with a well-placed throw on top of it, and the extra assist from X-Man. X-Man does get the final blow, but the Buoy Bomb lended it some big-time assistance. Push gets stopped right there. 8K Ping, nice defense. But they gotta convert, but they at least gotta get to the first checkpoint. Devi's wanting to deny some of that. Devi does go down, though. Again, another trade. But 2 members have dropped, though. Just Imad and Femi, the only ones alive. 8K Ping did lose the Nautilus there. Now they're just having to play a little bit more protective. And I think this is going to be... Oh, my goodness. They stay alive for just a bit. 8K Ping, though, still not on the board just yet with their push. They're still trying to get a good feel for where the rest of Run Speed are. By the way, 3 specials are available. Devi does go down. Inkjet just got popped. That's 2 members down. I believe 2 members down to the Inkjet that Leaf just had. Ultra Stamp for the big assist there, and it takes down 3 members of 8K Ping. Run Speed giving no chance for 8K Ping to push up ahead there. Incredibly huge from Run Speed. Minute 25 left to go. Great coordination by the way on the Inkjet and the Ultra Stamp. Completely stalls out the rest of 8K Ping's push. Buoy Bomb being thrown in there. Looks like there's just going to be a bit of a brawl there. Nice find, by the way. Imad taking out Multi on top of it, but members did drop down on both sides. I think, though, Run Speed will be content just trying to play a little bit more solid, be a little bit more defensive, though. You're only a minute left. You don't need to push for a lot more. 8K Ping still has barely broken through the first checkpoint. In fact, didn't even break through the first checkpoint at all. Gatman goes down with the Nautilus. Traded away, Imad goes down. 8K Ping, though, not much time left. Time is not on their side. They have to take advantage here. The Stamp has to start setting up. 2 members going down big time here. And again, we talked about the Ultra Stamp. They have to help set up, carve out that big path big time. Kari's gonna break through the first checkpoint. Now the dynamics of this game has changed. 30 seconds left to go on the clock. 8K Ping trying to set themselves for another push. Buoy Bomb is going to be thrown out there right into the area where 8K Ping could be residing. And the Buoy Bomb, I think, take out 2 members of 8K Ping. Run Speed with a huge stop there, by the way. That's 2 members going down. No one's going to opt to pick up the Rainmaker. The Rainmaker's going to be resetting here just a bit. Gatman's the only one that is going to be trying to play sneaky there. Run Speed, though, they take out multiple. Is this going to be OT at all? It will not be OT. Run Speed keeps their lead, and we go on to a game 3 here in Winners Round 3. They did not repeat the errors of map number 1 as coordinated poses. Gotta love seeing that from Run Speed. But yeah, Run Speed, the same script followed from game 1 with a little bit of a deviation at the end there. Strong early push. In the first map, though, in Manta Maria Tower Control, not able to take that one home. 8K Ping with a big comeback. They did not want to repeat the same errors, and they clamped down on defense big time. 8K Ping broke through the first checkpoint with 30 seconds left. And a well-placed Booyah Bomb, by the way, from Debbie to take out 2. All of the pushing power completely gone on 8K Ping's end. Runspeed just needed to run them out of there. And they did just that. And now we go on to Mako Mart Clam Blitz. I actually needed a moment there for the map combination. This is going to be one of those maps where, especially in clams, the straightaway is a lot shorter than you think it is, and you can put the Splatlings in position to make sure that they occupy some of the boxes there, some of the plats that are around, and then you can also try to play a little bit more defensively there. This is also home to some very, very sneaky pushes in Mako Mart. Both teams will probably know that in the back of their heads. They're trying to make sure that they protect all avenues of their barrier being broken. For 8K Ping, though, almost a comeback that was brewing. Booyah Bomb completely messed all those plans up. Runspeed wants to carry another strong early push into something special. Love to see what adjustments 8K Ping has from a gameplay perspective. How do they stop this strong early game that Runspeed has? Runspeed's has had some really strong early pushes going each time. 8K Ping's been having to play from behind on multiple fronts. They had to do that in the first 2. They won the first one on an overtime comeback. They want to try to make sure they don't run into another come from behind situation in this third map here. Iman's going to be moving back to the Vanilla 96 this time. We're going to be seeing what are the mirrors here that we're going to be seeing here so far. Actually, so in all the maps that has been shown on stream today, there's usually been a variant of a mini Splatling that is usually in play to help set up your mid to front line. 8K Ping's like, no, we're just going to play for range. So how will this work? So you're going to have, so likely the ball point is going to try to be a lot more aggressive than normal. But this is going to possibly leave openings for the mini Splatling to do work from Femi here, as we do see 2 members from 8K Ping just going down just now, and now Femi does finally drop, so both teams kind of just trading squids here. It looks like it is going to be, so far, Clam Economy is slightly favoring rest of run speed. 2 members again going down from 8K Ping's end, but both teams not able to get an initial push going on Clam List. This sounds very familiar for sure. But as soon as I say that, though, run speed, Femi has 7 clams. Debbie does go down with a good chunk of them. We do see the barrier finally being broken, but they did lose 3. Could be trying to another one-and-done situation there. IMA's just trying to contest, but getting punished big time. 8K Ping takes out 3, putting an end to that push. One and done for run speed. We could say that is a strong early game push, but one and done, hardly really much of a push right now, because 1 Power Clam plus even 1 small clam will force a lead change. Sets the tempo though. They want to get that early game start right out of the gate. Make sure 8K Ping has to fight for every point. Gavin's gonna be able to throw in 1. 2 members have dropped. Are they able to get the other power clam in? No! Denied big time and wiped out entirely. Both teams with one and done pushes. Both teams have one and done pushes. Run speed, however, has a power clam available along with a second power clam. Now in the event of a tie, of course, an extra point tacked on to 8K Ping, as you cannot have ties. If you only force a tie, you will have to take on an extra point for your efforts. And run speed has just been able to punish some of the members of 8K Ping in terms of their positioning. Debbie's going to try to throw the Booyah Bomb. While throwing out a bit of a distraction there, they do get 2 power clams in. Femi throwing the Ultra Stamp kind of around that general direction. They're still keeping this basket alive. 2, make that 3 members have gone down. Leaf does go down, but where is that follow-up? I don't think there's going to be any clams available at this point, and it is going to be down to 41 points remaining. 8K Ping, again, for the 3rd map in a row, will have to play from behind if they want to take the lead. Halfway through it, again, 2 members have dropped. Once again, this has just been a very aggressive push coming out of run speed here. Here is the jump. The jump does not lead to a push. 8K Ping was all over that one. 8K Ping with a nice stop. Now they got 2 specials available. This is going to be the Booyah Bomb and the Wave Breaker being thrown in. They're trying to throw out any clams that they have here. Still no power clam on site, though, for 8K Ping. So once again, it's just some semblance of control here in Mako. Now you do have the specials available from 8K Ping's end. You have the ball Ballpoint Inkjet it being available. It is going to get popped, actually. But is there going to be any value so far? No! Completely taken out of the Inkjet. X-Man goes down on the hands of the Nautilus there from Leaf. And it is going to be the power clam that is available. Again, AK Pain just trying to get any power clams who will get any push that they have in store. They're just getting punished each time. And it's another wipeout. Another wipeout and another push on store. Broken out of the penalty points. Down to 24 points remaining. 8 more clans with the KO. They're down to 21 points. 2 players available, though. Debbie and Femi are going to have to retreat, so this will not be KO territory, but a much bigger lead. Oh my goodness, Femi able to sneak in a few more small clams. Basket stays alive, but only down to 15 points remaining, and now a much bigger lead for run speed. 8K Ping just being dropped left and right from this onslaught that run speed has. They had to take advantage of a really strong push and a really strong punish in the last, let's say, around 30 seconds of the game. Ballpoint going down isn't going to help matters, nor will be the knot. Multi and the rest of 8K Ping are going to have to retreat. Delayed triple, and it is going to effectively be almost a delayed wipeout at this point. Run speed just running the rest of 8K Ping out of the building there. 20 points is all that's left. 11, 5, 2, and all of the small clans have gone in. And we have a KO, folks. Run speed will take this one home 2-1 here in winners round 3. Tale of 2 matches entirely, or tale of all 3 maps, excuse me. Here today, run speed. However, the big constant there is we're going to be seeing a fist bump between Devi and Leaf. Always fun to see that. The tale of all 3 maps here, run speed with really strong early games. The first map, though, ends in an 8K Ping comeback. So possibly 8K Ping would carry that momentum over to the next 2. Run speed says no. They repeat the same script, but clamp down on defensively in round 2. And then in the Mako Mart clamps, just all run speed everywhere at that point. 8K Ping just could not find any openings. Any attempted pushes they had, one and done was the only one they had left. And multiple wipeouts to boot for run speed, completely making it run speed's game the entire way through. 8K Ping just could not break through the riddle that run speed had in terms of pure aggression. That is how we end winners round 3, 2-1. Oh my goodness, though I like the idea that 8K Ping had, trying to get out of the mini Splatling into a more aggressive comp, and again trying to throw in the BP into the mix, but they were just getting ran around across the board. The mini Splatling adding a little bit more mobility from run speed. Femi on mini Splatling duties. 8K Ping just multiple times. Just you saw multiple members just dropping on big moments. Run speed just taking every opportunity that they can. Once they took out multiple members, just get the power claims booted up, and they turned that into a KO of their own. So we end that set 2-1 for Run Speed. Run Speed continues on to winner semis. 8K Ping down to the lower brackets. We're going to get winners round 4, winner semis coming up here shortly. But until then, we'll take a quick break. But when we come back, winners round 4 or semifinals coming up. So again, don't leave your seats. We'll have more Splatling shenanigans coming to you soon. Welcome back, everybody. Winners Round 4 is ready to go. We're here at Winners Semifinals already. Hope you guys are enjoying this amazing Splatling tournament. And we got ourselves two teams that are 10 out of 10 in the team name list. It is Dark Carbuncle fans, and the overlay is gonna cut off the team. So let me read out the team name for you. This is what God wanted. Once again, I'm Kyo, and I'll be leading you guys through this fourth round here in Winners Bracket side. We got ourselves two teams here that have already made it to this far. Winner going on to Winners Finals. Second chance for the team that lost down on Losers Bracket end. I'm gonna be really curious to see how both teams want to approach this one. This one has a very... I think you guys are gonna enjoy this map list as much as you guys can. So hang in there, y'all. This could be a lot of fun to see. Got Parks, Dash, Okimi, and Cat. I'm sorry, Dark Carbuncle fans. Dark Bunkle fans is what I was about to say next. My apologies. This has got what God wanted. Aplo, Dev, Fishy, and Los Teresa. I think I pronounced that right. It's about to queue right in here. First map for the record. That's why I say this is gonna be a very fascinating map list. We're here in Undertow zones. Now, for some competitive Splatoon veterans, you might be looking at Undertow zones and probably be scratching your head for a few seconds. For those who are not initiated, let's begin. So Undertow zones is a 2-zone map. Both zones are pretty much on one side, or basically on opposite sides of mid. This is an interesting map because more often than not, points will go back to neutral on any given constant. Both teams are gonna have to try to make sure they're out of that neutral state often. Now, what saves this map a little bit is the fact that they're only playing Splatlings. What wouldn't surprise me at this point is a Hydra. Hydra has your Booyah Bomb. At this point, you can use a Booyah Bomb to paint over one of those zones and then force the neutral really instantly. On the other side, we could be seeing a variant of a mini Splatling. Most teams have ran one mini Splatling and 3 other of their choosing. How will both teams approach this? We'll have to wait and see. Dark Carbuncle fans, whether they're going to be on the Bravo side. On the other side, this is what God wanted on the Alpha side. So Alpha side's going to be blue, Bravo side orange. To keep notes of that one. And as soon as I see there's a mini Splatling in play, there will be none here. Your mirrors, by the way, is going to be your Hydra, your Nautilus, and your Ballpoint. The only change is the 96 Gal flavor of choice. Keep that in mind for those who are keeping track here. This is what God wants. The vanilla 96 Gal. On the other side, the 96 Gal Deco for Dark Carbuncle fans. A lot of ways to go around this one. 90 bold zones, by the way, have been capped, so don't be surprised if a Hydra Booyah Bomb opts to neutralize the point, or the Inkjet's gonna play some of that assist. Otherwise, though, both the Inkjet been denied, and Dash is done. Fishing Los Teresa of This Is What God Wanted. Pushing farther and farther up ahead here. Down to 57 points remaining. Kraken's able to at least force the neutral for possibly a quick moment there. The Booyah Bomb has been thrown out. Both points are at neutral, and then it's just been reclaimed anyway. So again, expect the name of the game to be just quick flips more often than not. Hydra, the Booyah Bomb's going to force likely one zone cap, but the ultimate trickery is going to be keeping both those zones capped at all times. This is where things can get a little dicey for some. As you can see, Dark Carbuncle fans able to get some of those points on the board, but they're again quickly back to neutral. Undertow zones at its finest. 2 members have dropped though, and it will be Los Teresa and Apple of This Is What God wanted. Basically, trying to find some more points out of the penalty box. On paper, I do like the fact that they are opting for range. There's not much in terms of maneuverability for the mini Splatling, so they're just going to go for more range. Just try to farm up your Booyah Bombs, try to farm up all your specials. Booyah Bomb, by the way, forcing the neutral. Point will be flipped on the other side. We do get to see Okimi and Dash once again from the Dark Carbuncle fans, just trying to see if they can find anything to boot here. It looks like it will be both control being asserted entirely. It is gonna be things gonna be set down to neutral again. Nobody really having full control at this point whatsoever. And now it's 2 members down, actually. This is gonna be, once again, the recap. Okimi, Parks, the rest of the crew trying to move up ahead right now. And the Buoy Bomb actually not going to be thrown directly into the zone, but I think going to opt for the displacement strategy. Not a bad plan. So they're past 70 points remaining. They got to keep both those zones retained. The Hydra going down isn't going to help. Ballpoint down as well. Neutral should be coming in here shortly if they're able to rush into it. Neutral happens, and I think this is going to be the zone flipped over. Zones have been flipped over. And it will be Dev also going down, so not going to be a lead switch here. Do you see the Hydra trying to set up once again? Again, forcing neutral at this point. Again, Buoy Bomb being thrown in. Not the angle, though, is a little interesting, but I think it's a very well-placed Buoy Bomb, at least forcing the neutral for a quick second. Just buying a little bit more time for Dark Carbunk Fist to try to reset every time. Again, don't be surprised if the Buoy Bombs is going to be the name of the game for some key retakes. Of course, winning those fights are going to help in terms of the retake, but that's really going to be it. Inkstorm being thrown out there as well. Inkstorm not a bad choice, by the way, for both Nautiluses to assist with the retake. Right in the orange side there, it's just gonna keep the points out. There should be out of the penalty box here shortly, but the Hydra and Nautilus going down doesn't create a sustained push. Dash and Cap both going down to the same Inkjet. Pure Inkjet play stops the push. Aplo with the aided double there. Now the rest of Dark Carbuncle fans trying to move up ahead, and it looks like they're gonna have a bit of a duel. All it is that Aplo wins that one, but they did lose one of their own. And we do see more teams trading. Again, I think the rest, Babel's team, and this is what God wanted, wants to keep both those zones in their control. As the Buoy Bomb barely gives enough paint, doesn't force the zones flip whatsoever. One zone fully capped, just gotta get the other one. The other one not quite there. Dash is just waiting. Dash is just waiting for a time to strike. But Dash has been punished entirely. Likely bombs were helping with that. Both teams just getting some zones being swinged across the board there. Down to 27 points and a lot more happening right now. And it will be control again being flipped out here. So you gotta get it. So again, push needs to be sustained for Rokibi's team of Dark Carbuncle fans. But you have to keep all of your members alive. They do force the Inkjet. Inkjet's able to get one. Another member going down. Apple goes down. But they have to keep this up. Undertow zones can force zones into neutral in a hurry. These could be some really easy retakes here unless they start winning a lot of these fights. They have to start moving up. But don't get yourself out of position at this stage in the game. Ballpoint does go down. So does the Knot, though. Buoy Bomb being thrown out here. This is going to likely force the neutral. No, actually going to be thrown up into the glass. Doesn't force the neutral. Now there's the neutral flip, and this is going to be the zones being flipped in the other direction, and that will indeed be on the blue side. I think this is what God wanted, I believe, going to be the roster that wins that one. Very dicey at the end, but they're going to take the victory there. Yep, Aplo's team of This Is What God wanted will take map 1. I love that the coordination here is every Splatling is being hugged each time from Aplo's team, and this was a map that was just pure Undertow zones the entire way through. At this point, though, we shouldn't be surprised. You saw Buoy Bombs forcing out neutrals, both teams just kind of brawling, figuring things out, and really both teams it could have easily gone either way. It's a pure 2 zones moment. A lot of places where things could have gone to neutral. By the end of that one, This Is What God Wanted will take map 1, and we're going to be on to map 2. Match point, by the way, for This Is What God Wanted. If they win this one, on to winners finals. If not, we force a game 3. Has to start an Inkblot Art Academy tower control. Now, this map in particular, no surprises here. Past the second checkpoint can be a little bit tricky to navigate it through. No different if you're a Splatling or not. Let's see how this works out. Once again, This Is What God Wanted on this alpha side is going to be the light green color on stream. On the other side, the purplish color will be the Dark Carbuncle fans. And the mini Splatling is being dished out for the first time in this set. Going to offer more movement, mobility, and more frontline presence. Most of the rest is going to be on the 96 gal deck here. So the mirrors, by the way, for those keeping track, going to be the 96 gal decals, the Nautilus, and the Ballpoint. Mini and Hydra, your big differences here. As you do see, 2 members have dropped. Dev going down. Dash and the rest of the crew surrounding the tower. Gonna get this push started right here. Parks using the Kraken, trying to displace multiple members. Able to find the 96 gal Declan, Los Teresa, and Ballpoint goes down. This is going to be the first checkpoint. Rush in from Dev, I think may have saved the push. It definitely saved the push. Nobody anywhere near the tower. And this does force a little bit more time for the rest of This Is What God Wanted to have a chance, but this is gonna be the second checkpoint broken here unless Devin is able to respond nicely. Okimi is kind of just trying to run circles around him, but this is gonna be the second checkpoint broken. Second checkpoint broken here. 2 members have dropped yet again, and it will be the third delayed triple on top of it. The delayed triple is gonna push this tower onto the third checkpoint here. Kraken being thrown in there, pretty much being thrown across the board. Kicked out of the tower, down to 13 points remaining. A statement push from Dark Carbuncle fans. Dark Carbuncle fans able to get that push going, down to 13 points remaining with 3 checkpoints there. Excuse me, 2, and then parts of the third checkpoint. But this is what God wanted. A lot of time left on the clock as the tower is slowly resetting a little bit. Inkjet being used. They're able to find a pick. Now you gotta start putting paint down, trying to set up for your own push. Los Teresa's using the Kraken there, trying to displace the rest of the crew, and actually takes out 2, and a third member drops. The story of 2 pushes here. 3 members have dropped, which is going to lead to the first checkpoint being broken. Now the rest of Dark Carbuncle fans, they have to protect the second checkpoint here. Kraken being thrown in there. They gotta throw this Kraken into the tower, trying to find value, able to take out Los Teresa. Los Teresa does go down. 3 members down on the side of what I believe will be the green side. Give me a second here, but it is also 2 members down. Los Teresa and crew of This Is What God Wanted. Their push gets stopped at 54 points. 3 members down, signaled the end of it. Okimi gets punished in terms of their position. So did the Hydra, though. Another trade. Ballpoint striking again. And Ballpoint's able to take out Dev again. Just an all-out brawl right now. But it is giving time for another strong push. They want to make this Kraken work. Park's the one on the Kraken. Park's not able to find a lot of value. So, in fact, going down just out of the Kraken form. Inkjet being thrown in there. Nice maneuverability. Taking out Dev. Trying to find more shots. Takes out 2 before going down. But both teams have traded 2 so far. The brawl all across the board. All it leads is to the tower resetting back to mid. Keep an eye on the special usage every time. Inkjet and Kraken usage is going to be insanely key to make this work. Nautilus does drop. And the Booyah Bomb being thrown into the path, but only 2 members have dropped. Here's the Ultra Stamp. The Ultra Stamp jump scare even, and then 3 members have dropped. Okimi and crew from Dark Carbuncle fans able to take out multiple members and able to push up ahead. Maybe looking to sniff a KO if they can there, but Okimi finally going down before trading with Dev. That's going to still be huge, though. Park's going to be the one on the Rainmaker. Dash's position gets punished, and now they're going to be forced off the tower. They can't get any more now. Kraken went offline, and now the other Kraken's been popped on top of it. Tower was lost, and now the tower's been retaken. A minute left to go. Here, so this is what God Wanted is going to have to start focusing on painting and winning some key fights. You're going to need to start focusing more on some of your Inkjet and Kraken usage as well. Maybe use the Booyah Bomb to help set up, possibly throw in a bit of displacement there. But you also got to make sure to keep an eye on the mini Splatling there. Okimi throws out a surprise and flanks from the back. Taking out 1. They did lose 2 at the end of it. Each trade, though, is going to help favor Dark Carbuncle fans each time. Dark Carbuncle fans are going to be okay with trading each time. They got a decent lead, and the rest of This Is What God Wanted. They got to break through the second checkpoint. Forcing the tower onto This Is What God Wanted territory is going to be huge. Inkjet denied again. The Inkjet hasn't been finding so much value here. Going to be seeing Okimi punishing Dev as well. And it will be a 1-for-1 trade. Got to be a last-ditch push with 10 seconds left to go. Booyah Bomb being thrown out here. But is anyone really going to be able to make it to the tower? They have to touch the tower to force the OT at the very least. There's the tower. Kraken on Kraken duel in the tower. Which Kraken will outwin the other Kraken? It will be Dark Carbuncle's Kraken being the last one on the tower. A little bit of a Kraken fight, so to speak. And Dark Carbuncle fans forces a game 3 in winter semis. I think both teams wanting to hug their Splatlings a little bit more now. More now here, or... Here, and I think I made... And Game 3 on to Thunder Heights Rainmaker. That's going to be a very fun map overall. A lot of things to keep an eye on, but if we take a look here at the previous map, they're pretty much that push all the way down to 13 points, and then just to stagger them, this is what God wanted. It was going to be a tough test. This is what God wanted. Almost had a nice counter push with 3 members trying to set up almost the same way Dark Carbuncle fans did in the first go-around. But they just couldn't continue that push as much as they did. Dark Carbuncle fans able to win that one out respectively, able to hang on to that lead. And on to this third map here in Thunder Heights Rainmaker. This is going to be an interesting map. So, you're moving up to higher ground. Splatlings can have a lot of coverage in high ground. You can play a little bit more safe if you want. I still wouldn't be surprised if a mini Splatling shows up here. It's probably going to be the correct move. But ultimately, which Splatling you want to go with? I think you're going to be seeing more vanilla mini Splatlings. Zinc may not work in terms of big bubbler usage, but maybe trying to help protect the rest of your team. See what happens. Get some hydration in here, y'all, as we're about to queue in for the third map here in Thunder Heights Rainmaker. Now, some nice adjustments gameplay-wise from Dark Carbuncle fans, able to just take that one all the way home. I think I just really like the overall change to force more aggression from the regular mini Splatling just over the Hydra, where the Hydra can only do a bit of setup. It still has to play a little bit further in the back. All that being said and done, the Dark Carbuncle fans able to take that one home. I think they had the right idea with the Zinc mini, or excuse me, the regular mini. As we're about to queue right in here to this final match. Have to wait and see which team will take it all. Gonna be really curious to see who's gonna do just that. Both teams kind of just opting for more similar mirrors. Ballpoint and Nautilus mirrors again. 96 different flavors, and then the Hydra versus the Mini once again. Big changes all around. Gonna wait and see who wins this one. Ultra Stamp being dished out here. Dev goes down again. Nautilus' position has just been very interesting so far from Dev, and now you get to see 2 members down. By the way, for those wondering, Dark Carbuncle fans on the magenta color, this is what God wanted on the light green, as they cannot slam this one home. 2 members have dropped. Kraken's able to punish the Aplo, though. Aplo gets completely punished. Parks, I don't know how Parks got the Rainmaker on this one. Actually able to slam it home. Yes, just barely. Just barely able to break through the first checkpoint. Insanely huge from Dark Carbuncle fans. Don't have to worry about the checkpoint anymore for the last 4 minutes. They do lose 2, though. And this is what God wanted. Maybe they can try to get a better push of their own. 2 checkpoints, by the way. One on lower ground, one on the right-hand side, closer to higher ground, near the ramp. Which path are they going to take? Will Teresa goes for the lower path. Not able to slam it that one home. Both 96 gals have dropped. Nautilus and Hydra have dropped as well. Dev able to find some value here. Ballpoint and more members. This is going to be Dark Carbuncle fan on a delayed wipe. Should be this first checkpoint. Not going to be the lead, though. It's only a checkpoint so far. And that Rainmaker's been slammed home. They just got to pop the Rainmaker and move it a few inches, force a lead change. They do, and they're going to get way more than a few inches or a few centimeters wherever you are. 36 points remaining. This is what God wanted. They take advantage of that delayed wipe, and they're just able to strike big time. I mean, this one, they do lose 2 of their own. 1 member has dropped there. Dev trying to just rush in. Dev trying to be very ballsy, trying to save the Rainmaker, but no. Rainmaker's gonna be put on the reset. So both teams have broken through the first checkpoint. So now at this point, it's gonna really boil down to is who can keep their squids alive the longest. This is what God wanted, though. Losing 2. Gonna be seeing Dark Carbuncle fans in that magenta color, trying to see if they can set up their Ultra Sam takes out Fishy there. Fishy goes down, and Los Teresa drops as well. 2 members down on the ballpoint, but they lose 2 of their own. No Rainmaker being picked up just yet, though. Delayed triple has just occurred, and now the Rainmaker's being picked up there. Now, time for your setup. If you're Dark Carbuncle fans, you gotta get all of your members set up in positions to be. Hydra position gets punished. No Booyah Bomb's gonna be available if they farm it up. 2 members have dropped. Ballpoint special is available from This Is What God Wanted. They can take advantage of this one. Inkjet might be trying to stop them enough, and right into the sea of ink that from This Is What God Wanted was enough to put the stop into that one. But the nice pickup from Parks. Parks quickly realizes they gotta pick up this Rainmaker. Their entire team's been wiped, and they move it just up ahead to force the lead change down to 19 points remaining. And now This Is What God Wanted, having to play from behind. This time around, let's see if they can do just that. 1 minute and 40 left in change. Still plenty of time, though. You have the first checkpoint broken, and you may be winning on some of the brawls, but they have lost some of their own members. They had to play a little bit more defensively. Dash does drop, though. 2 members have gone down once again from Dark Carbuncle fans, and a second punish on top of it. Another delayed triple. This and the Rainmaker still being held. They can move up ahead, try to get Paint down, try to use those Rainmaker shots, use the Splatling shots if you will. The ballpoint takes out 1. They lose the Rainmaker holder there, but 3 members have dropped all at the same time from Dark Carbuncle fans. But that Rainmaker pick may have been insanely huge, as now the rest of Dark Carbuncle fans respawn just in time. No pickup available, and Aplo goes down from their own positioning. Dark Carbuncle fans with a huge stop. Had the Rainmaker pick not been there, we could be seeing another lead change. But Dark Carbuncle's fan forces the reset. Aplo goes down to the Inkjet once again. And now it's 2 members down. 43 seconds left to go on the clock. Do you see the recall happening just there? Rainmaker's been picked up there. Now Dark Carbuncle's fan want to go for even more points, trying to go for the finishing blow. They take out 2 members there, and we do see another member being dropped. I don't think it's going to be any harm, any foul, though, as the Rainmaker's still being picked up on Dark Carbuncle's end. This is what God Wanted, trying to play more defensively at this point. Parks using the Kraken to build up even more space, and it's 3 members down. 2 members have gone down, but the wipeout has occurred. Parks can just take the Rainmaker home all by themselves to force the KO. And Parks, your MVP of the Rainmaker, will take this one home for Dark Carbuncle's fans as they move on to the next round. This is what God Wanted down the losers. Back and forth we go, but Parks with alert Rainmaker instincts pick up the Rainmaker to force the lead change, and Dark Carbuncle's fans, most tactics would say, hey, we should probably stall. We don't need to go for the KO, but Dark Carbuncle's fan want to go for the style. They want to get that KO on the board for themselves, and I don't blame them. If the opportunity presents itself, you got to take that one home, pal, and that's exactly what they did there. This is what God Wanted, though. Their tournament life is not over yet. They just dropped down to the lower brackets. But hey, Dark Carbuncle's fan on to the next round. What a beautiful showing from both these teams that really took this to all 3. And Dark Carbuncle's fan will wait whatever happens on the other side. There's still a lot to go through, but I think that's going to be it from winners round 4. And if I'm not mistaken, this is going to be the end of me here at this point. The soul comms, I believe, is going to be over for me just now. But I hope you guys do enjoy the cast as much as you can. You guys can follow me real quickly on Twitter and Twitch, Kion2570, if you want to hear more of me, for sure. But for now, though, that's going to be it. I'm going to be kicked out of the commentator chair here. We got to undust the co-com chair here, as you're going to get 2 new commentators to take you home for the next block here, so you don't want to miss a thing. Don't leave your seats. We'll be right back for the next round. Until then, we'll see you guys later.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Splatling Spectacle. I am J-King, and I am joined by Lila. How are you doing today?
I'm doing fine this afternoon, and to whoever in the mornings and evening watching as well, welcome.
Welcome, welcome. So, we are going to be getting into Winners Finals. We have Dark Carbuncle versus Carnival coming up, which I'm very excited because we saw Dark Carbuncle just take a very good lead against, I do not remember, Run Speed, I believe it was. So, this is definitely going to be a very interesting match because Carnival, they do have a lot of strong players, so I'm very curious to see what will actually happen during this.
Yeah, and speaking from the last two sets that we have watched as well, Dark Carnival has made some very strong pushes at near the end and the start of the games every single time, leaving the enemy teams on like a very early lead to work with.
Definitely, you got to make sure you take that lead as soon as you can, because you want to make sure that you essentially not necessarily suffocate the enemy, but you want to make sure that you aren't giving them as much space as they can to move in. You want to try and find those space, you want to find those trades, because even if one goes down, like, and you're in a 2v1 situation, even if they do get the trade, if one is still alive, even at a man advantage, it is still going to be huge because you have a lot of map space, and especially with Splatlings, that makes a huge difference.
Yeah, especially with only one of the Splatlings that you could choose here that is optimally like short range, everything else is like mid to long range. Locking them out seems to be like the strongest play here after you've secured a strong lead.
Definitely, you got to make sure you have that strong lead. And speaking of that, we are going to be getting in very soon to our first map, which is going to be Clam Blitz on Scorch Gorge, which is a very common Clam Blitz map. But for Splatlings, I think it's going to be very interesting because Splatlings do very good here, especially like something like a ballpoint or Hydra if they're able to get up on top onto top mid. But I'm very curious to see if we might see some typical like mini or Z mini and everything. I feel like we're probably going to see V mini come out, especially for Clam Blitz because of that hammer. But Z mini is also pretty good here, especially if you're able to get into the like a push and put the bubbler onto the basket.
Yeah, and definitely the kit that Z-Mini has with Toxic Mist as well just hinders Splatling's mobility a lot, and as well as their ink tank consumption. And it just slows down everything, and when everything is already slowed down as much as everything's Splatling only. And I would love to see some really good Wavebreaker placements coming out on this map, because Wavebreaker in general is a strong holding special, and you can just place it all over this map, specifically Scorch Gorge, and it can hold a strong area for like 20 seconds in my opinion.
I definitely think that's one of the crucial elements to a lot of maps, especially when it comes to Clam Blitz, is that you want to be able to have those areas that you can easily lock down and move back to if you need it, but you also want to make sure you have that constant pressure, because if you're not able to keep pressure, the enemies are just going to be able to just easily move back in with like no like struggle or anything. So you got to make sure you lock down those heavy choke points.
We're going into the game already, and we see mini Splatling mirrors as well as the Nautilus mirror coming out. Oh, and the ballpoint too. Oh, the only major difference is they have a Kraken on the side of Dark Barnacle, as I recall.
Definitely. I feel like with the way that the comps are, I feel like I believe Carbuncle is going to try and play a more aggressive comp here, especially running both a Kraken heavy and also mini. So I feel like they're probably going to go pretty aggressive, and we already see them just coming right out the gate here, as expected with that aggressive push. We already see 3 pushing up onto the basket. The Kraken is popping. The Kraken is going to be coming out. A good pick from the Nautilus. Are they going to be able to find any clams? I don't believe they are. They are getting pushed back, but 2 already go down on the side of Carnival here.
Yeah, we already saw before, Dark Carnival fans has a strong aggression that they can keep upholding at the start, as they already got their first dunk into the basket already. And they're already holding onto their ramp very securely.
They're definitely trying to hold onto the ramp. Oh, I don't believe they noticed that. I believe they're already pushing back into mid, but I didn't believe they noticed the mini that was still there, so they were able to find a lot of
the mini is going for a strong play in mid. They got free into mid. They're going down onto a 1v1. They're just securing their space now as teammates are jumping back in. That was very crucial for the retake, as especially with Scorch Gorge, mid is just so strong that you just need to have paint over and everything.
Definitely. I feel like the difference here is that Dark Carbuncle is running a very, as I said earlier, it's a very aggressive comp, especially, being able to balance out all the different ranges, because Carnival does have a lot of range, but I feel like compared to Dark Carbuncle, they're not able to capitalize much on that range. Because Dark Carbuncle, as we saw there from Okimi, just coming in with that amazing mini, they are going to be able to find a pick with the hammer. Are they going to be able to get the throw? They're able to get the throw pick. They're already trying to get in here. I don't know if they have a clam just yet. We already do see them getting another pick. The clam is going to be going in.
They're able to enable the mini's aggression, getting free picks into the basket, and they're now just setting up with a huge push here as the Inkjet now pops out onto their side. Over the Legend gets pick onto Nautilus as well. Huge lead coming from them. 52 are able to stall the basket. Yes, and the Heavy is able to get a couple more in, as the mini as well also being able to get more in, down to a score of 37.
Definitely, they have to try and be careful here. Okimi is just playing so aggressive with that mini. They gotta make sure that they get him out there because Okimi is just locking down that drop. And if they're not able to lock out that drop, it's going to be a massacre. So Carnival is gonna have to make a huge push here because they already are down quite a lot. And we also got to take into mind that Dark Carbuncle doesn't have that much of a penalty right now. Like, it is a decent one, but with 1 power clam and 2 clams, they have already eliminated it.
Inkjet gets a really good snipe here as well as the 1v1 that's going down, and I don't believe that they've been able to Carnival have not been able to enable the Hydra's like range and their specials as well, as they've been holding onto it for the last 30 seconds now. As I say that the Booyah Bomb does get popped out, I wonder if they can get any kind of value out of this right now.
They're gonna have to try their best to capitalize on it, but we already see the ballpoint getting very aggressive. Is able to find 2 picks there. We do see that the heavy does have the Kraken. They're probably going to try and find a push here, but they're probably going to save it for right now. We do see the mini also on Carnival's side does have the hammer, so they're probably going to try and find a way to push in here, but I'm not fully sure what they're exactly going to do because they do have the pity up. They're 1 away from actually making a power clam. Carnival has to try and find the opportunity here.
Specials on the side of Carnival holding onto it. They're trying to find a good opportunity to push up as 1 go down on each side. Wondering and what are they going to approach, as Mini is now going up with the Inkjet trying to make a play here, as they do find 1 on the side, but they do go down. The Mini going for a trade here.
However, the thing is, they do have, Carnival does have the man advantage here, but they do have the heavy coming out. The heavy is able to find a pick with the Kraken, able to stop the push. Are they going to be able to find another? They are going to be able to find another. 2 go down on the side of Carnival. Dark Carbuncle is just holding down this defense. They're holding the basket. But Dark Carbuncle is able to find another pick, able to stop that push right in its tracks, just playing so well. Able to get another pick. What is going on here from Carbuncle right now?
Dark Barnacle has gotten like multiple free Ks in these pushes, and they've been just holding on to their own ground as well as the enemies when they're trying to push up, and I really do not think that they've been able to enable their range as much as the hammer does go into their plat, trying to make a disturbance to let the teammates push, and the pack comes out again, getting 2 down on the side of Carnival.
Carnival is doing their best to defend, but Dark Carbuncle is just going in. They are not giving them any room to breathe. We do see them already trying to score. Are they going to be able to get the power clam? Unfortunately, they are not. 2 go down on the side of Dark Carbuncle. The ballpoint's currently respawning. 2 go down again. 3 go down. Ballpoint's the last alive. This could be the opportunity that Carnival needs. I'm sorry, my mind is blanking right now.
And they finally do get the dunk down. Hopefully they have 13 clams in total. Maybe they can get the retake the lead here, as they do with the second power clam dunk in with 51, but they still need like around 8 more clams. Are they able to swim back quick enough to get into the basket? No, they aren't. That was so close coming from Hydra, just trying to put in the clams, but the win does go to Dark Barnacle fans for this game.
Ooh. That ending had me on the edge of my seat there because they tried to take that advantage. They almost had it. They were trying to get there, and right at the end, right when they were about to throw the clams, it just goes right up and they're not able to get it in. If they were there any sooner, they would have gotten the lead easily there. But we do see a little fist bump coming out from Dark Carbuncle there, but that was an absolutely insane match to start out with. Just, what?
Yeah, strong pushes from Dark Carnival. As I said before, they've always maintained strong leads, and up until the end, having to make the enemy team really work for it to get back the lead. It's just unfortunate that the Hydra didn't have enough time to get to the basket with the extra extension on the timer.
Definitely, it is very unfortunate, but we also gotta remember that Hydra, it is a very slow weapon, so unless you have things that are able to compensate for it, it's gonna take a while to get back. Like, they did play it very well trying to get that push, though, but ultimately it just came down to timing and Dark Carbuncle just playing their defense very well. We did see at the end, though, that the ballpoint was the last one alive on Dark Carbuncle, so if they were able to get there sooner, they would have been able to just keep that push, like, if the Hydra was able to get there sooner, they would have been able to keep that push going and probably find the lead there.
Yeah, as well as I'm pretty sure the ballpoint just finished their Inkjet after they finished scoring. It was just a little pinch there that the ballpoint was in trying to hold the ground, but they have multiple angles that they have to watch over. The Mini and the Nautilus was just going for the basket, you know, and then they can't look in forwards and backwards at the same time. They have to make a decision.
Definitely, you gotta make a decision at some point when it comes to this, but
Speaking of decisions, Carnival has to make one right now as we are heading into counter picks of best of 5.
Definitely, I'm very, very curious to see how Carnival is going to play this exactly. I wonder if they're going to try and go for a map that like has a lot of lockout potential, or the type of zone, or the type of like essentially mode that it's going to be. Because anything is possible here, especially because I feel like both of these teams are fairly even with how they're playing. They just gotta heavily watch for how aggressive Dark Carbuncle is playing, especially Okimi on that mini. Like, what was some of that? Some of those plays were absolutely insane there.
Yeah, so many triples. Like, the mini itself got 2 instances where they made openings, just getting a triple. And the heavy on the retake and defense as well, when they're trying to hold their basket, got another triple. It's just everything lines up perfectly. And then Splatlings in general, just small charges and then 4 shots, quick kills.
Definitely. That's the thing about this comp, is that they are very heavily, like, they do have a lot of kill power. With how they play. So I'm very curious to see what will actually happen here. And as we say that, we are going to be getting into our next map very soon. It is going to be Tower Control Inkblot, which I feel is a very good map, especially for Splatlings.
Infamously for how snowbally this map is and how crucial Bats is to take when you're holding their positions while trying to push up. It's a very balanced map, but at the same time, with Splatlings like this, at the same time, I think retakes is going to be really hard, especially when the only like displacement specials that coming out could only be Rain and Booyah Bomb. But you know, Kraken is still in play too.
I definitely feel like it's going to be very interesting to see how they're going to counteract when it comes to trying to displace them, because again, you don't have something like a whale. If you're trying to play more aggressive, you don't have missiles or strikes to really get them off tower or push them off. So I feel like we're probably going to see Kraken come out. I wonder if we'll see a bubbler, especially coming from V-Mini.
Oh yeah.
But with how they're playing, I feel like they'll both probably stick to what they've been running. But I'm definitely very curious about what's going to be going on. I remember in some of the previous matches with Dark Carbuncle, Okimi was constantly getting up onto that plat, like where the enemy was. If you're able to control that plat just in general, you are going to completely lock out that team. If they're not able to do something about you, if you're able to constantly move around, the team's going to have a hard time.
Alright, as we are now starting, hopefully they can recreate the same magic as you said before to lock them out and keep strong control, as we do see the same comp, I think, coming from the side of Dark Barnacle, as well as the Z-Mini does come out on Carnival.
Yeah, we do see the Z-Mini, so I feel like they're probably going to try and play a bit more of a defensive comp here. Carnival is. So I'm very curious to see what they're going to do. We already see one trying to push up over onto the left stack. Unfortunately, we do see the Nautilus get taken out. Is the V-Mini going to be able... I mean, not the V-Mini. Is the Z-Mini going to be able to find a pick? I don't believe it is, because they are already being pushed by both the Knot and the Ballpoint. Are they going to be able to find a pick here? Unfortunately, they are not. 2 already going down on the side of Carnival. Just still playing to that heavily aggressive just playstyle that they have very been, like, just sticking to. So Dark Carbuncle, they're not changing up anytime soon.
I mean, one of those Splatlings is on the side here trying to play out his life to stall out, because they staggered 3 deaths on the side of Carnival just now, and they're just trying to push back in. And Nautilus on the side of the street does actually gets 2 picks here on the side, trying to reclaim mid in a 1v1 now against the other Nautilus, and they do win against, sorry, my bad, it's the V-Mini, and they do get a trade here.
Definitely, that was a very crucial trade, as we saw there, but unfortunately, it is currently still an even man advantage. Carnival has to try and find a way to push in here. We already do see the bubbler come up. I wonder if they're going to try and pop it immediately, or if they're going to try and save it for like the proper push. We do see the heavy going down on the side of Carbuncle. They're already trying to take control of tower. I believe that was the Knot getting the pick there. The Knot was able to get a pick right on the tower. They're going to get very aggressive here. Are they going to be able to find the pick onto the Hydra? Unfortunately, no. The Hydra is going to be able to take that. They're already pushing in over onto the left side, but they are going to unfortunately get traded out, and the space goes back to Carbuncle again.
There's so much action happening. All these trades going down is either one moves into the other and the other moves into the other. But at the same time, this jet pops out but gets caught in the line of fire off the Ballpoint Splatling. of its own special, and he's just trying to hold the ground, but they all down. They go down to the Hydra Splatling on mid.
I feel like the thing when it comes to Jet is that with the way that these weapons are played, with how far you can play them, it is so difficult to try and find a good spot unless the enemy is completely unaware. Like, especially if they're trying to focus a tower, like, you gotta be able to pop it from probably drop or something as soon as they get down, because they're gonna be very unaware of it. But are we gonna be able to see the lead coming in from Carnival? We are going to actually see the lead, 70 to 72. Two evenly go down. One, unfortunately, 3 go down on the side of Dark Carbuncle, but the 2 of them are currently respawning. The mini is the last one. Is the mini going to get taken out? I believe they're just trying to hold it. They're trying to keep it. Unfortunately, they do get taken out. The Hydra is going down on Carnival. They're already trying to get back in. Very good pick coming there from the Z mini. Are they going to be able to find another? I'm not sure.
Dude, that was a strong push on the side of Carnival. They've been able to class first check and the second now, being able to hold their ground. The Inkjet's interaction in this round right now is just unbelievable. They just keep shutting each other down, and there's no way that they can enable that special at this current moment. As the Kraken does come out trying to stop the tower from being pushed up even more, the ballpoint is able to get onto their plat. The Kraken has found no value trying to stop the push here.
The Kraken was definitely trying to get in there, but unfortunately we did see them get slightly stuck in the tower, probably trying to stall it out, but even then it wasn't able to do much. We do see 2 go down on the side of Carnival. They're already trying to, we do see Carbuncle trying to push back in right now. The Heavy is getting a very aggressive angle over onto left ramp. Are they going to be able to find a pick onto the Hydra? They are going to be able to find a pick. This could be the push, again, that Carbuncle needs, but we do see they're not going down. It is a 3v3 on both sides. We do see the mini going down, unfortunately. Are they going to be able to hold this tower here?
Yeah, the mini was going for very, very ambitious play here, trying to get around, trying to pincer with the others. But that didn't really work out, as now Dark Barnacle is trying to go for their strong push here, trying to get past second check, but 2 goes down onto the tower, and the Nautilus just fighting for their life in mid right now, holding onto their own ground with Rain deployed. They got 1, they're fighting them Z-Mini in mid, no, V-Mini and Z-Mini in mid, and they got 2 trying to get back onto their plat, fighting the other Hydra, but they do not get it up there.
That was a very well played from the Nautilus. They were able to find 2, but unfortunately it does go down with the Hydra. However, they did have a lot of ways to like try and get space for the team, so they're already trying to push back. We already do see 1. I believe that was the mini. The mini is coming in and getting another pick onto the Hydra. There's already 2 down on the side of Carnival. This could be the push that Carbuncle needs. Oh wait, never mind. They do have the Knot taken out, and the ballpoint is currently respawning. The Z-Mini is up with the bubbler, but unfortunately is going to get taken out right as it's popped. So they unfortunately don't have much of a jump here. Are they just gonna camp the jet? I believe they're just gonna camp the jet.
But they get fired back by their other mini on the side as they're trying to go for their last desperate push. At 10 seconds left with 2 down on the side of Dark Barnacle fans as they're trying to reclaim mid. With mini taking a trade on Nautilus, these trades needs to keep coming in if Carnival wants to be able to hold their lead right now.
Carnival can easily hold the lead here. They have to try and get tower. Are they going to be able to get tower? No, they are not. Carnival takes it 1-1. We are currently tied up. I wonder, and I'm very curious to see what Dark Carbuncle fans are going to do as a counter pick here.
The mini on both sides on the match there just kept going for these really strong, really ambitious plays on the plat. As you said at the start, if you can control it, then you could flip the side of the coin immediately and flip the match immediately. It's just very strong coming from both sides.
I think we noticed there Carnival was starting to figure out how Dark Carbuncle fans play. They're starting to like get on those choke points. They're starting to try and just get control, trying to get very aggressive here, especially with that bubbler. So I'm just very curious to see what they are exactly going to try and do going into like their counter picks.
Yeah, we're going on to round 3 counter picks. It's very interesting that they aren't able to. Well, actually, yeah, Carnival was able to. I solidly believe that Carnival was able to win that for the extra like range that they have with the Hydra and Ballpoint, and they've been able to lock it down way stronger than Dark Carnival could have.
Definitely, we did see a lot of areas there where they were able to lock out certain spots. We didn't really see much of the mini trying to really get in and find those like crucial areas, but they were trying their best to play up pretty aggressive. We did see some very good plays from both Knots, in my opinion. Like, Nautilus is such a fun weapon to watch because, like, if you are able to play around it well and you're able to like benefit it for your team, they can absolutely shred your enemies. Because like, it has such a decent range, and it also has a very high kill power, so I'm just very curious to see what's going to happen.
Very quickly here, we actually get a very fast counter pick coming from Dark Carnival fans, and I believe it's Humpback Pump Track Rainmaker.
That, especially for Splatlings, is going to be a very interesting match. I used to be a Splatling player, and whenever it came to Humpback, it was definitely one of my favorite maps to play, especially like V-Heavy back in Splatoon 2. So I am very, very curious to see what's gonna happen here. I want to see if fools get like a lot of fall-off splats. So I'm just very curious. I wonder if this is like...
Yeah, it's going to be like... there's gonna be so much action, right? You can't like spend time retaking mid with pain, or you cannot spend your time just pushing as well. You gotta find the right balance to try and push it out, or you can be like Dark Carnival and just keep going in until you get it done, you know?
Oh, for sure. I definitely think another thing here is that Humpback, just like Inkblot, it is a very heavy lockout map, but I feel like it's even heavier of a lockout because when you are respawning, you have such a small area that you can actually move compared to Inkblot. So if the enemy is able to push up and just lock you out, like they get up onto your plat, they get up onto your ramp, or not ramp, hump. Like if they're able to get up, you're just gonna have an absolute struggle getting back in.
But I'm pretty sure, like in this case though, there's going to be a literal firing line that's going to be decide to go onto the right side, and I'm just waiting for that to happen with like the Hydra plus ballpoint, just holding it down, just holding the line down, as we are now going in from the same comp coming from Dark Carnival, and as the V-Mini and Kraken comes out on the side of... Oh, this is an
exact mirror comp.
This is a mirror match. This is a mirror match, people.
Ooh. I wonder...
I do wonder who's going to be able to play this out better, yeah.
We do see Dark Carbuncle, I believe, is able to actually get that initial pop, but unfortunately one is taken down. The mini there. The Nautilus is getting very aggressive. We do see two go down on Dark Carbuncle. This could be the advantage that Carnival needs here, but we'll have to see. They are going to be trying to push it right. They have to be careful because this is an easy lockout. This is like a very aggressive choke point, especially. We do see the Kraken just going in. Are they going to be able to find a pick? I don't believe they are, but they are trying to just create space. Though Jet is able to get the pick right when they run out.
Already. When the midi goes for the second trade here with the hammer on the heavy deco after they finish their Kraken here. The strong .69 remaining on the side of Carnival as they're now just trying to hold their ground with mid. But I do think that their special cycles are going to be a little bit hindered, as on Dark Carnival they're going to be ready to push up with specials soon.
Definitely, especially with that Jet, you got to make sure you have that for pushing in. You got to make sure that they are able to get into, like, mainly the trench area, like, especially if you're able to protect that, they are able to just easily pop up from right hump and just start getting a lot of crucial splats there. But right now, we do see both teams kind of at an even advantage. It is fairly neutral right now. We do see both Krakens, though. We might see one come out. We do see the ballpoint get taken out, and unfortunately, I believe that was Carnival, actually does lose the Kraken, so that could be a little detrimental, but we do see them just get the ballpoint. Unfortunately, their mini does go down, but this could be the advantage that Carnival actually needs here.
Yeah, this position coming from Nautilus on mid looking really strong to try and get the pincer down with the Inkjet here. Actually gets two picks as Dark Carnival is pulling out the Kraken, just trying to stall out mid. They had really strong control there, but the Nautilus on mid was just able to find the pincer with the ballpoint and getting a strong 2 down. 2 picks there as they now pick up the Rainmaker trying to go for a push. With the mini having hammer ready, will they be able to enable it and trying to go in with it as they do take down the mini on the other side? Hammer does go in, gets 1 pick on the side of the screen. We don't know if they get more. Actually, I think they do get a second with only the Kraken being alive on mid as they finally get checkpoint down.
The Kraken is just going off here. They are able to get 1, but unfortunately it's not going to do much because they are going to be able to push in. Carnival has to try and watch out for that hammer. The hammer is probably going to get thrown. Unfortunately, is not able to find the pick. The Rainmaker is able to find a pick on 1. They are not going to be able to find a pick on another. 2 go down on the side of Carnival, but Dark Carbuncle is already at a bit of a disadvantage because they don't have their checkpoint yet. And they have to try and get the checkpoint. They have to try and get that checkpoint because, especially on this map, that is insanely crucial because those are both in some very heavy choke points. So if you're not able to get that past it, they constantly keep locking you out. You are going to struggle.
Yeah, and as we saw, like, as soon as they picked up the Rainmaker after the checkpoint, the firing line just happened. They just kept getting held back with the hammer and everything, as two specials do go down on the side of Dark Carnival, with the Kraken and Rain trying to take into their side. Will they be able to get the check here? Yes, they do. Much cleaner than Carnival did, and only one down on each side, but the pop may go back to neutral here. As no, they got a one pick onto Nautilus on their side. As the hammer goes in and gets a second pick. Huge picks coming from the side of Dark Carnival as they do take the lead here. They are still bringing it even more forward, and only the Kraken can stop them.
The Kraken just coming in, stopping that push in its tracks. But unfortunately, Carnival just used all their special to try and stop them from getting to that checkpoint. It unfortunately wasn't able to do much. The jet was coming in. Everything was coming in, especially the hammer. Unfortunately, they didn't have it to try and stop the push when it actually got to the checkpoint. So just Dark Carbuncle was just able to easily get, like, the lead there. Carnival has to try and make a miracle push. We do see one get taken out from the jet. Are they going to be able to push in here? They are pushing very heavily. The mini does have their hammer. The mini is going to be coming out. It is going to find a pick.
And it's down 22, just 3 points shy from the lead. Unfortunate circumstances coming from Carnival.
Very, very good stop coming out from Carbuncle there. They are just going ahead and pushing it though. Just running it past the heavy, but the heavy's gonna find the pick. But they tried their best to get it past.
They're really trying. They're really desperate. There's 30 seconds left. They really want to be able to get it back out into mid. Maybe they're playing for the reset. Maybe they wanted to take it so they can play better when they have the Rainmaker, so they could give them a disadvantage. I digress. They have free specials. Both teams have specials. They're trying to hold this ground. They just have to lock them out. And right now, it's looking like that Carnival has this mid control right now, and they could maybe go for a second push here.
It's definitely going to be very interesting. We do see them grab the Rainmaker. They are popping all their specials right now. The jet is coming out. The jet is going to be taken out. Unfortunately, they lose their hammer. One is going to be on the flank. They are going to be taken out right at the end.
So they're down a Rainmaker.
Oh. Dark Carbuncle comes in and takes a clutch win over Carnival there. But can we talk about how insanely even that match was, and how especially Carnival, but the hammer just came in and said no.
It's just like the Kraken that shut down Dark Carnival fans, except the hammer just came in like extramentally a little bit early, just a couple seconds, and they got it down. We see the same scenarios happening back and forth. They both got really strong pushes. They both got really good into their side of the map. It just depended on who can go there quicker, in my opinion, and definitely Dark Carnival got there way quicker than Carnival did.
I feel like another thing that happened in that match especially is that as Dark Carbuncle were pushing in over onto the right checkpoint, they were Carnival was expending all of their specials. We saw, I believe it was the hammer, I believe we saw the jet. They weren't really able to find much value from it. And I feel like that definitely played a bit of a detriment, because when they actually got past the checkpoint, they didn't have anything to try and stall it out. And because of that, Dark Carbuncle was able to have their specials ready and just push in on it.
Yeah, and especially all of the specials that are enabled, like, on both sides. Bear in mind, it was a mirror match, so it really depends on who can make use of the specials as best as they could, trying to get into the push. They have Kraken, Rain, Hammer, and Inkjet. All of these are trying to get picks. All of these are just trying to get into the areas that the enemies are holding. They don't have like a wave breaker or a Booyah Bomb that's been able to like stall out a push.
Definitely, they have to try their best to stall out pushes, especially on Rainmaker. That is like a very stall-heavy mode. But regardless of that, it was just played insanely well by both teams, and I'm very curious to see what we're going to see for a counter pick. It is currently match point in favor of Dark Carbuncle. Carnival has to come back with a vengeance here if they want to take it to a Game 5.
Oh yes, they really could be taking it to Game 5 if Carnival has this in the bag. However, they cannot pick Inkblot. They cannot pick Inkblot or Tower Control anymore on their counter picks right now.
Definitely, I'm wondering if we are going to see like either splat zones or a clam blitz, especially. I wonder if they're going to go to splat zones, what map they will actually choose for this. And overall, when it comes to splat zones, I feel like with Splatlings especially, Booyah is going to be a very crucial one for neutralizing zone, possibly. but I'm not sure what exactly they're going to fully do. And I believe we are going to be getting into our next map, which is going to be Barnacle and Dime Splat Zones.
Yeah, as for splat zones, you got splat zones.
I was about to say, I feel like after the Clan Blitz match, I think they might have wanted to have a change up because Splat Zones hasn't been played yet, and that is definitely a map where, that is definitely a mode where it can go to anybody, especially if both teams are on the same skill level. It's going to be constant zone flopping back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. And
Yeah,
especially with Barnacle and Dime, there's a lot of flank and choke routes, and I feel like that Dark Carbuncle has been playing, they're probably going to try and take heavy advantage of those.
Yeah, as we go into the match now, seeing as the same comp coming on the side of Dark Carnival fans, I believe, and the Z-Mini and the Hydra does come back out from Carnival.
I feel like having this Z-Mini is going to probably play a pretty crucial part here, because if they are able to actually find control of that zone there, they're able to pop it up into, especially like a heavy choke point, and just have an easy way to defend. But we already do see Carnival coming back with a pretty big vengeance here. They do have zone, just trying to keep him back. We do see the Kraken come out. The Kraken is able to find the pick on the Z-Mini. We do see the Hammer coming out. They are able to find a pick on the Hydra and the ballpoint there, but the Mini does get taken out.
They got another triple. Oh my, that's just unbelievable coming from Mini. Again, just getting these very crucial picks as Nautilus is fend to fight for themselves into the pit. They're just locked out. How can they keep getting away with this?
The Nautilus was just trying to fend for their lives there. They were in a very poor situation. They were being attacked by, I believe it was Ballpoint, I believe it was also the Heavy. Like, they were just being absolutely pressured there. Luckily, they were able to get out and try and save that special. Luckily, they were able to pop it. We do see one go down. We do see two go down on the side of Carbuncle. The zone does flip back into Carnival's favor there. The Ballpoint and Heavy are going to be respawning, but the Nautilus does go down. The Hydra goes down, unfortunately, on the side of Carnival, but they do have heavy advantage here. They have to try and lock him out at this point.
Yeah, the bubble and the inkjet combo coming from Dark Carnival, is it? No, Carnival just now just enabled them to retake the zone. Their names are really similar, I apologize, but there was no bombs on like a lot of these comps, so when you pop a bubble plus an inkjet, they just have so much more cover to play with when they do so.
Definitely, this is a very interesting push. They are trying to get back in, but unfortunately, Carnival is actually going to take the lead over Carbuncle here. But Okami is able to find a pick from the Nautilus there. They are trying to play so safe here, but they are getting heavily pressured right now. Dark Carbuncle has to try and find a push here. The Mini probably is going to try and take those choke points. They are going to drop. Are they going to find a pick on the Nautilus? I don't believe so. They are unfortunately going to get taken out here. Two go down on the side. Three go down on the side of Dark Carbuncle. This could be the win for Carnival, taking it to a Game 5.
Oh, that was a dominant win coming from Carnival. That was so quick. They got the lockdown back on their side as soon as they flipped it back. Dark Carnival fans got one really strong push in, but just never seemed to find the momentum after that. They just kept getting pushed back. They secured the plat way stronger after enabling Hydra there, I believe. Oh, we're taking it to a Game 5. Oh, Game 5.
Ooh. This is going to be a very, very crucial match for both teams. I'm wondering what counter pick is going to come out here. Are they going to try and play one of their best maps? Or are they going to try and do like a safe pick? Because, like, you can be good on a lot of maps, and you could have a good one, but there's also one that you generally have some pretty decent luck with, and like have noticed that you do very good on, which could be like a safer pick. But like, do you want to risk it and go for a map that the enemy team might not be good at? So, especially in a situation like this is going to be very crucial. I'm very, very curious to see what's going to happen here after that last match, especially.
Yeah, Game 5 definitely is something to to be really spicy, to be really intense, because whoever wins this is guaranteed into finals, grand finals.
Definitely, they're going to be the ones contesting for that grand finals win. But something I want to say is that I think one of the crucial points that heavily locked out Dark Carbuncle there was it was a push where both teams were 2v2, I believe, but one was trying to play over on Plat, but they had both a jet and a hammer, I believe, just trying to get aggressive on them. They are able to find the pick, but unfortunately the jet and the hammer, or I believe it was a Kraken and hammer, they weren't able to get into zone in time, and they were able to, and Carnival was just able to stall it out enough to where everybody is respawning at the same time, they get those jumps in and just lock them out even more. They didn't have the specials that they were able to use to try and get back into that push there.
No, they did not. Like I said before, they had like all specials to move in, but they really don't have anything to like stall out like something to be able to regain ground, and also just basically have some sort of control. The Inkjet / Kraken or the Inkjet / Hammer combos that keep coming out either always ends up in trades or ends up in like a really strong push. But that only happens like once every game, and when that happens, they won't let it happen again.
Definitely. I'm just, with the way that both teams are playing, I think they're starting to figure each other out, but I'm curious to see what they're going to do for their final pick. I believe we might have it coming out in just a second. It is going to be, I believe, tower control on Manta Maria.
I'm going to be disappointed if they do not pull out a vanilla heavy here.
I will
be
say,
disappointed.
I wouldn't really say disappointed necessarily, but I do think Vanilla Heavy would do very, very well here. Like, Vanilla Heavy, in my opinion, did very well on Manta Maria Tower Control, especially in Splatoon 2, and I think it is very good because Manta Maria has a lot of drop routes and everything, like I said, especially if you're going from cut over onto their bunker. Like, if you're able to put that wave breaker on a crucial part, especially on bunker, where they're trying to push in, especially if they're trying to go up the wall and everything, you have an easy way to detect that and stop the flank.
Yeah, as well as if you have just a little bit of like special power up, because like heavy deco uses special power, right? Builds are very easily transferable in this case, and then if you just put it down on like the edge of bunker with the wave breaker, it clears in the entirety of street and on top of their side as well. It is a very strong special.
Yeah, it is insanely strong, and as we say that, we are going to be getting into our next match. Is that going to be a Vanilla Heavy? It is going to... No, never mind. I believe that's a Deco Heavy. I looked at that wrong. And we don't actually see a Heavy coming out on the side of... I believe that is Carnival. They're actually not opting to run a Heavy and probably go for more of a range favor comp. But we do see Dark Carbuncle still is running that very aggressive comp. We do see the Knot already trying to get aggressive here. They're not immediately going to take that flank. Unfortunately, they do get picked by, I believe that was the Nautilus. The Nautilus is able to find a very good pick there. Two already going down on the side of Carnival. The Knot's trying to get aggressive. Are they going to be able to find a pick? I don't believe so, but they're still going to be aggressing it. They are going to be able to find the Hydra to go down on the side of Dark Carbuncle. They're already having the tower, but it's already a 3v1 situation right now with the Heavy just holding it down on their own. They got to try and get this Kraken up. They do have the Kraken. Are they going to be able to find a pick? I'm not fully sure. They're just going in right now.
That was such a hectic first 30 seconds. The Nautilus trying to get sneaky, but they just got jumped on, and then immediately the Hammer and the Rain going in, just enabling the Mini was just trying to go into the other side, but they just got immediately shut down by the ballpoint, I believe, just now. And then now they're just going back for the back push here, Carnival, as they have the Hydra on tower trying to clear first check, as I believe they do take lead here decisively, and also clearing check as Booyah Bomb does come out on the top left, taking down the jump, as well as the pack now clearing streak with 2 down. The pack finding another pick as they're now approaching second check and also street. They're having a really, really strong decisive push here, as Free go down now is only just Mini, I believe, respawning on the top left. Mind me, Nautilus.
That Carnival is figuring out. They have Dark Carbuncle's number right now. They know what they're doing. They are getting absolutely aggressive. They have such a high like range advantage, and we do see 2 currently up. We do see 1 go down on the side of Carnival, but is it going to be enough? No, it is not.
That's
Carnival
a decisive
takes
knockout.
it 3-2 against Dark Carbuncle.
That Mini or the Hydra with the Booyah Bomb just was so crucial on like keeping them staggered on the jumps on everything, and then the bubble just keep holding ground. The Mist just keep holding like these tight corridors and everything. Dark Carnival fans is not able to find anything coming from that, and now Carnival moves on to Grand Finals as Dark Carnival fans does go into semifinals, into losers, I believe.
Definitely. With the way that Dark Carbuncle fans is playing, though, I feel like they definitely do have a good chance to probably come back into Grand Finals. I would like to see a rematch between the two. Between these two teams, but we also have to say Carnival, they had a bit of a rough start, but they brought it back and played it so insanely well, and that was an absolutely insane match to start off this overall winners finals with, and I'm very curious to see what losers finals and more is going to have for us. But with that, we will be going to a very quick break, and we will be back very soon with the Splatling Spectacular. Or spectacle. My bad. Hello and welcome back, everybody, to the Splatling Spectacle. I am Jay King, joined by Lila, and we are going to be getting into our next map, which is going to be Losers Finals against Dark Carbuncle fans and Run Speed. I am very excited about this because this is seed 1 and 2 of the tournament right here.
But not in Grand Finals, in Loser Finals.
Literally.
Oh, this is going to be a very interesting matchup because Dark Carnival has just been knocked out by Carnival, who is in Grand Finals now, awaiting for one of these two teams to face off each other, and whoever wins gets into Grand Finals. And Run Speed has a very strong decisive run, being beaten by Carnival before this on semifinals of winners.
Definitely, like, both of these teams are going to be coming back with a vengeance, but I feel like Carbuncle especially is going to be coming back, like, much stronger than before. But at the same time, we also got to remember that Run Speed just won 2-0 in their set as well against Red Mine just a second ago. So they're probably going to be riding high off a lot of momentum here. So as long as they can keep that momentum up, they might have a chance in knocking out the first seed Carbuncle and facing a rematch against Carnival.
Yeah, these two teams are going to be going head-to-head. Whoever wins this gets to Grand Finals, as I've said before, and we're already in the select phase. And let's talk about the map mode real quick. Tower Control Sturgeon. I know this is kind of controversial recently.
Tower Control Sturgeon, I feel like... personally, Sturgeon has been one of my favorite maps ever since Splatoon 2. I think it was just the way it played, but Tower Control is definitely not my favorite mode for the map.
No.
Just because there's a lot of areas that are hard to kind of work around, especially like when you're trying to go for the first checkpoint. If you are on the defending side, that's just such a tiny area where unless you're able to go through flanks or something without getting spotted, it's hard to try and defend unless you get on grates. And the problem about being on grates is that you're most likely going to get taken out before you can even get a chance.
And this being a Splatling only tournament, I don't think a lot of those things apply.
Yeah, I feel like when it comes to that, I feel like it's going to be interesting. I feel like some teams will be able to take heavy advantage over those groups. But I'm very curious to see what we're going to be doing here. And as we say that, we will be going ahead and getting into this first map. taking a look at our comps, we do see a V Mini coming out again, and we do see another V Mini. I believe this is a Mirror Cup. Never mind. I believe both teams are just different between the Hydra and the Nautilus, and we do actually see a V Heavy coming out on the side of Run Speed.
I love V Heavy. As if someone catched on to the last match, I love V Heavy. The kit is just perfect as a lockdown kit, as we already see the ink on the side of Dark Run Speed right now, but they have been not able to get a single pick. Actually, they do. The ballpoint does go down, and they've been able to reclaim it with another pick on Fight Club. Mini doesn't win the fight in Fight Club.
I've always forgotten that call out is called Fight Club, but I love it now. But yeah, as we can see, 2 already going down again on the side of Carmichael. 3 go down. The Heavy Deco is the last one alive. They're trying to find that pick. Are they going to be able to find it? I don't believe so. They are able to get out, but at the same time, they're already getting very aggressive here. Oh, they actually... The Mini, I believe, was able to get onto the drop there. That was a very good jump. I don't believe they're really able to contest it, or maybe that was the ballpoint. The Jet is already coming out. The Booyah is able to just pincer it. They are having such a horrible time right now.
Yeah, the Hydra here has been able to lock down a lot of things. As I said that, they get a very clear wipeout on not Dark Carnival, Run Speed, and they've been able to hold off this push for just a little bit longer. Just a little bit. 42 points at the start lead with 3 minutes 30 remaining.
Definitely. This could be the opportunity that Dark Carbuncle needs here to try and get a counter push. We do see one trying to hold up on Snipe. We do see the hammer coming out there. I believe they were able to get one. We do see one also go down on Greats. Unfortunately, they do. This is currently a 2-down situation on the side of Run Speed. One does get taken out from the Jet. A very good shot from them. They are going to be able to take the lead there. Are they going to be able to really capitalize on this? They're just getting so aggressive here. One is currently respawning. That is the Heavy. They do have a Kraken ready, so they're probably just going to go ahead and get up in their face with it. Unfortunately, they do go down. One does go down. They see the counter hammer coming in. They are going to get stopped.
They finally got the stop push. Sorry, the Mini was holding on to that hammer for so long, but they have not been able to get all of them. They only got the tower and got down, and immediately the Nautilus finished up the fight, and they got the tower, and they finally took out the match and got a decisive KO on Run Speed. That was a very quick back push.
Lord, what was that? The problem with this map as well is that, like a lot of the other maps, especially something like Humpback, it is so snowball heavy. Like, if you are able to get that momentum rolling, you are able to just do so much against the enemy team. Like, you're able to find those heavy choke points, especially with the way that this map works, where if you're not able to get a flank from, like, over on far right and everything, you're going to get locked out at that ramp area where they're just going to get aggressive, make sure that you're not able to take those points. So... We did see the momentum kind of snowball into the other direction there. So I'm very curious to see what the counter pick is going to be coming out.
The inkjet that was set up with the rain on the top right like window area when they had that really strong push in Dark Carnival, they locked them out immediately, and the Hydra was situated on tower perfectly, and it paints across that they couldn't approach closely. And the only thing that was really going to be able to get them out was the hammer. They got one pick on the tower, but the Nautilus was able to finish up the fight with everyone else going down in a 1v1 situation against, I believe, the ballpoint. And the Nautilus just had every man up the sleeve, like every ace up his sleeve, just like paint, mobility, and everything, just won against the ballpoint and got the tower.
Definitely. I feel like something else as well, kind of pointing that out, something that I feel shifted the momentum heavily into Dark Carbuncle's favor there was near the end of that like final push that they had, right when they were going to the second checkpoint. We did see one being heavily pressured over onto Run Speed Snipe. I believe it was the Mini or something. Carbuncle was able to have their Mini pop their hammer, and as soon as that hammer got in, they were able to pop their jet as well and just pincer everything and already get, I believe, 2 down, which just led them to even snowball like just more and more. So that right there, I feel, was a crucial point in why they were able to take that match there.
Even more crucially now, we do get a counter pick coming from Run Speed as we're going into Scorch Gorge Rain. Something I didn't really expect, honestly.
I was about to say, I don't know if we have seen Scorch Rainmaker yet in this tournament.
We've seen
but
Scorch Clams. Yeah, we've seen Scorch Clams.
We have seen Rainmaker in one of the very earlier matches. But especially with this, I'm curious to see what both teams will do. Are they going to keep running that kind of similar, like, aggressive comp? I feel like Dark Carbuncle is still going to be running that heavy comp, that, like, aggressive comp. but I wonder what we're going to see coming out. We do see a Nautilus heavy and mini coming out, and we do actually see a kind of similar comp to what was ran last time, but we do see both of them running a Kraken weapon, so...
Yeah, the only difference is just the Nautilus and the Hydra, so basically a mirror, except one has a longer range and the other has a more mobility and, like, mobile kill time, as both teams are struggling to get the pop here, but it does go towards the run speed, as the Nautilus is trying to find the right side here, going into neutral.
Definitely, they are trying to just get it neutralized right now. It is that 3v3 situation on both sides, but one thing that has to be aware is that this mini does have the hammer, and if the hammer is able to get in, they will be able to just wreak havoc on this enemy team. We do see it popping out as soon as I say it.
The hammer goes in and gets the pick on the Nautilus. Oh, commentator curse is real. As I was about to say, the Nautilus got some really crucial picks over, like, the heavy choice on the side, but the mini just able to clean it up immediately.
I love how, as soon as I call out the hammer, hi, how are ya? It's right there.
Hi, how are ya?
It's right there, but as we see, that was a very good pick, but unfortunately, they weren't really able to capitalize on it because we did see them kind of just fall back. The mini's just playing Ring Around the Rosy right now with this heavy. Are they going to be able to find the pick? They are able to find the pick. Run speed does have the man advantage here, but we also got to remember, Okimi does have that hammer. It is going to be coming out. Is it going to find a pick? I don't believe it is. They're getting so... just heavily pressured here. One does go down. It's a 2-down situation. The hammer already coming out again on the side of run speed. Are they going to be able to find a pick? They are, making it a 3v3 situation already.
Yeah, they wasted all of the specials just trying to get back to mid, Dark Barnacle, but they haven't been able to. And then as soon as they got the back push here, run speed, they've got the first check down and ready as the midi goes down already on the side of Dark Carnival. This is not looking too good for them. If they keep staggering right now, it will just be over as Nautilus gets the trade with the Rainmaker stalling it out just a little bit longer. As both Agents coming out on each side, trying to skirmish each other with the Kraken and the special. Oh, everything is just going on right now.
Everything is happening right now. Like, when somebody asked, what is competitive Splatoon like? Just show them this clip. And
yeah,
that'll just give them a good idea. That'll give them a good idea. But that was an insane, like, counter push as well. We also got to remember, that was a very good counter push coming in from Dark Carbuncle there, because they were able to pop their specials, like, stall it out enough, because even if the Booyah came out there, they were able to find a way to, like, get it out. We do see a 2v2 situation. They do have the Rainmaker. Are they going to be able to find a pick here? They are trying to get through this checkpoint. Are they going to be able to get to the checkpoint, though? That's the thing. We do see one already pushing in. I believe they might try and find a pick. The ballpoint does go down. The mini is going to be coming in with just a hammer in just a second. Are they going to be able to find a pick to go down on the side of, run speed there. Good lord, this is already getting intense.
It's so fast. It's only been a minute since the first dunk has gone down, and then we're back to a neutral state as the Kraken now tries to go in and clear out the area, making sure that they have the space. But no, the Ancient has something to say about it, but they don't. They die immediately.
God, the Kraken is getting very aggressive here. They are able to find a very good pick on the heavy there, making sure that they reduce that special. We do see a double hammer coming down.
Double hammer go down.
What does it take now?
What is going on in this match? Yeah.
That's my thing. I have no idea what's going on in this match, but it is insanely fun. We do see Dark Carbuncle is trying to get this pop here. They do pop the rain. They're going to try and get a little aggressive here. The Notch is getting Notch trying to push up a little bit. Is able to mark one. I believe that is the heavy or the mini. They are already getting aggressive. They have to try and find a pick here. Unfortunately, they do get 2v1. No. They do go down, but it is a 3v3 situation. The mini does have the hammer, but one also does have the Kraken. This could be the advantage that they need.
Yeah, maybe the mini has something to do about it, that they can stop the Rainmaker, but they don't. The hammer gets shut down immediately, as does the Hydra by the Kraken. But no, I think it was the Nautilus that shut down the Rainmaker there just now, and the hammer goes in trying to get the pop, but they die to the shield as 2 down on the side of run speed, I believe. No, that's a Dark Carnival, as they're now trying to hold this ground with 1 minute remaining. They need to get the score in, as the Kraken comes back out again, just trying to get the pick here. They do grab the Rainmaker. Do they get the lead here? They do not! 7 points away, just trying to get close into the lead.
They had it so close there. If the Kraken, like, we have to take note that the heavy was trying their best to get the Kraken right at the end there, because if they didn't, they were going to get picked, and luckily they were able to get it and try and push it a little bit more, but unfortunately they weren't really able to push it more. We do see Cat on the ballpoint here, just trying to be very aggressive. They are able to find one. I believe they were able to find 2, but unfortunately the mini does go down as they were popping their hammer. We do see the jet coming out. Are they going to be able to find a pick? I'm not sure, but they are just creating so much space for their team. They have to try and be careful, but unfortunately they do get picked off here. This is like such a very, very close game right now.
Yeah, and Dark Barnacle, I believe, now has the Rainmaker holding on to it, and they're playing to the last overtime, however long the Rainmaker has now, as the mini does go down on each side, trying to find something to work with. And they're just trying to enable the ballpoint to go up, paint up, and let them play. But the Kraken is ready, as well as the Booyah Bomb pincering them, moving them onto the other side of the map now. 30 seconds left, as does the Kraken does come out from behind. They're being pincered into ramp. Does the Kraken get onto the Rainmaker? And they do. That goes to Dark Barnacle, I believe. No, run speed.
Yeah, I believe that was run speed. If they were able to just get a little bit further, they would have been able to try and find the advantage there. But we did see that they were being pressured so much into mid. They didn't have much time left. They had to push it there. Because if they didn't, they were going to get taken out. And unfortunately, they did get taken out. So that map does go to run speed, I believe. So very well played from them.
Can we talk about how chaotic the whole match was, being like all specials, 6 specials being popped at once, both Krakens just trying to stall out the match as long as they can, Ink just skirmishing each other for no reason at all, and then the Rainmaker trying to run in for the score, for this minor lead that you can get.
Literally, I will say, that is a very, very clutch play coming out from the Heavy there. Because as we saw, they were in a very tight situation. I believe they had both the the Nautilus and the Heavy both attacking them out on the pedestal. They were able to luckily pop that, they were able to charge their Kraken just enough to survive and try and stall it out and just try and get that push. But unfortunately, it wasn't enough, and I believe we do have our next game about to be ready. It is going to be Rainmaker on Humpback Pump Track, and we do see another Rainmaker run back, and I'm very curious to see what's going to happen here.
And Dark Barnacle has won this game, I believe, when we were watching this map mode, the last set that we were watching during Winners Finals. Did they want to try their luck again? I presume. They've been running the same thing, Mini, Heavy Deco, Nautilus, and Ballpoint over and over again. I think they figured out what they want to do. I really think that they got this one in the bag this time around.
Definitely, I believe they have figured out what exactly they want to do, but at the same time, I think something that, in my opinion, is playing well to both teams is that they're both trying to figure out what each other is doing. They're still trying to keep up, they're trying to keep up that aggression, but run speed is just trying to match that aggression or just try and lock out, because, yeah, they can be aggressive, but if they're not able to really push back in, that's going to be just
the same
a lot. Yeah.
Yeah, this is the same comp coming from both sides as well right now. I believe that Dark Barnacle will be able to get the upper hand on the pop here, as does the Nautilus and not the Nautilus, the Hydra will be able to get the upper hand on trying to get this pop, as they do. And the Mini is just skirmishing on the left side, trying to find something else, as the Inkjet does come out, trying to get something to work with here. But they don't, they go down immediately onto the right side by the Hydra, no, not the Hydra, the Heavy, I believe.
Yeah, this is definitely a very tense situation. We do see the Mini just kind of zooming all over the place right now. We do see 2 go down on the side of Dark Carbuncle, I believe. So this is going to be a very difficult situation. They are able to break through that checkpoint. It is currently a two-down situation still. They have so much momentum in their favor of run speed. They do get a wipeout!
Will this be a quick knockout coming from run speed? No, they don't. They get down to 20 with the Heavy Deco could have not picked up and popped the Kraken here, maybe, but they do get a very strong, decisive lead of 20. Oh, what a counter pick this is. I used to think that Dark Barnacle could be able... I interrupted here. As the Hammer does get a triple here! Dude, re-enable this push, maybe! Oh, and the Rainmaker does get reset.
Can we just talk about how insane the Hammers have been this entire, tournament? They've just been coming out left and right, and every single time one of them is popped, it's always down to bring out something hype. Right there, just getting a good triple. The momentum is so in run speed's favor, and we just see the Kraken just going in on the Rainmaker, just on the, Rainmaker pedestal there, just getting so aggressive. They are able to find a pick there, trying to get them out, but are they going to be able to find a pick? They are actually able to find a pick. Good pick from the Heavy there. 2-down situation. They are going to be respawning, but the Mini on the side of Runspeed does have their Hammer, so they're probably going to come back with a vengeance on that one.
Oh, they are definitely coming back in with 1 pick, and they go traded with the Mini immediately. Oh, this is Dark Carnivale's pick here, and they have not been able to find anything to work with at the moment.
Yeah, the thing is, Dark Carbuncle is just trying to find their footing, but they're just not able to with the way that Run Speed is playing. They have such a good range advantage. They're playing very aggressive. We just see the hammer coming out on the side of Run Speed there, but they are actually able to get the pick, but I believe they did get a trade. That is very crucial, but they also got to remember that Ogimi on Dark Carbuncle has their hammer as well, so they can easily pop. Are they going to be able to get a throw pick? I don't believe so, but we do see the rain coming out. This could be the advantage that they need. They just have to play it so safe, though.
Yeah, I mean, Run Speed has a Hydra right now. They can lock down the entirety of mid for another solid 7 seconds after being charged up. So there's really no way for them to really move in unless like the Inkjet or like the Hammer gets a really good snipe onto them. As I say that, the 2 specials are ready on the side, and the Mini does like go in? No, they get shut down, as does the ballpoint, getting picked off as well. As we now look into the heavy deco trying to make a play into mid, and they do crack in with the hammer in, trying to get 1 pick. The hammer does get 1, and the other 2 is now respawning onto their side, and Rainmaker gets shut down immediately from the midi that was charging in.
This is such a tense situation right now, because like Run Speed is just constantly keeping up this aggression. Like we did see the Mini on Dark Carbuncle trying to get aggressive there. We do see the we do see them trying to just squid roll and trying to get that advantage there, but unfortunately they're not really able to do much here. We do see the Mini, they do have the hammer, but unfortunately the heavy does go down on the side of Dark Carbuncle. The hammer coming out pretty early. I don't know if they're going to be able to find a lot of value from this, but we do see one just watching the Mini. It is the Hydra. They're just watching over on left side. They have to try and be careful, because if they're not able to get that Hydra out of there, it's going to wreak havoc on them, especially considering now it has a Booyah.
The Booyah Bomb does come out, and it's just the Hydra left on the right side. This might be the crucial push that they need to get Dark Particle. They do get the check now. The Hydra has to rotate very, very, very slowly back to the other side of the map, as they are now in a neutral state. Kraken is almost ready on heavy deco, as they do pop it, hopefully, eventually, and then they can get in as they do now.
Oh, the heavy was stopped midway. The heavy was stopped midway, unfortunately, by the Fizzy. They weren't able to pop the Kraken in time, but they also got to remember they do have the rain. The heavy is respawning. They also got the Mini with the hammer. The hammer is going to be coming in on a flank. Are they going to be able to find the lead here? I'm not sure, because they do have the Inkjet coming out. They have another hammer coming out. They are able to find a pick. It is the 2-0 situation. It is a wipeout. Oh my goodness.
That could have been such a successful pincer, but no, with 10 seconds remaining now, they're just having to stall this out, as they do drop down into trench onto the right side now, trying to stall it out, but no, the Mini does get the pick with 10 seconds remaining, as they now try to find something here. 2 goes down on the side, but their Booyah Bomb does get shredded out as well. They picked up the Rainmaker. They're going to the left side, further away from the spawn, as they now have an upper advantage on numbers, and as well as advantage. Then they got taking the lead immediately.
What was that entire match? How many wipeouts did we see that game? Wasn't it like 3?
4.
Like we saw 4. Okay. What the heck was that? Holy. Can we just talk about that like entire push on the right side there? How we saw 1 hammer come out. We saw them try to pop the Kraken, but the Kraken was unfortunately taken out by the Fizzy right as they did it. Then we see the Jet, and then we do see another hammer. Just what was that?
I don't think that Run Speed dropping the Rainmaker down onto trench was the biggest play that they could have gotten, but that gave Dark Carnival something to work with, and they definitely made it work. The left side pincer from the hammer on the left side early may not have succeeded, but it did get like enough picks to stagger them enough. When the wipeout happened, they got mid control quick, they got plat control quick, and they got the 20 score immediately.
I am just... I'm like in this moment where I'm shocked and stunned at the same time at the miraculous comeback from Dark Carbuncle there. Like, that, I will say, as soon as they got 2 down, they tried to pop the Rainmaker, because I believe they only had, like, what, 6 seconds left in that match? And as soon as that happened, they got, Runsby got too close to the Rainmaker, and unfortunately got wiped out. They were all taking their time to respawn, and they just weren't able to respawn in time. I believe some were already pushing up, trying to stop them from moving in, so that was, like, such a crucial pinch from Dark Carbuncle there, leading them to their win there. And after that, I am very curious what they're gonna do as a what Runspeed is gonna do as a counter pick. I'm gonna be honest, if I was in that situation, my mental would be a little low, because like, you're so close to winning, and then an unfortunate situation. Yes, you're sitting there like, oh, we got this. Unfortunate situation. Dang it!
As we do finally get the counter pick coming from Run speed, we are going to umami. How do you always say it? I just go umami zones. Umami zones. There we go. This is a very interesting pick. I don't think I've seen a lot of umami zones in action recently. This is definitely a very, like, I would say very good balanced map, very strong map, especially with Splatling. Now you can cover both zones like just so much better, so much quicker. But it's gonna be a contrast to what we can see later on Rainmaker, as the zones are probably gonna get neutralized a lot and probably get like staggered a lot as well. Either that, or if Run Speed is able to get a secure, strong lockout on their side with the Hydra, then that's just over.
Yeah, the thing about this is that with the way Umami plays, you do have a lot of ways to kind of hold down your zone, and especially if you're running something like Hydra or Ballpoint, you have to be able to get onto that snipe area especially, or try and get into mid, like top mid. Because if you're able to do that, you can easily prevent them from trying to push back in. And like if you're able to have a good mini or a good Nautilus, they're able to just follow up on that and just get so aggressive here. So I wonder if we'll be seeing more, V mini, or we might see a Z mini to swap it up. But I feel like knowing the way the teams are playing, we're going to see a V mini. We're going to see even more hammers.
Yeah, do enter the match now. Hopefully both teams are going to maybe switch up one of their Splatlings. And I don't believe they do. It's still the same comp coming from both teams here. Hopefully they can both make something out of this. I don't know. My money right now is on Run Speed to be able to lock them out.
I do think Run Speed has a lot of lockout potential here, but we do see that Dark Carbuncle is already getting very aggressive here. They do have a quick control, but unfortunately the ballpoint is actually going down. We do see the jet coming out very early. Are they going to be able to find a pick? I'm not fully sure, but they do have the lead in terms of holding down that zone. We do see the Nautilus go down on the side of Dark Carbuncle. The Hydra is getting so aggressive here. As we said, that Hydra and anymore is going to be able to lock it out. So they try and pop the hammer, but unfortunately it's taken out. The Kraken is going to be coming in. Are they going to be able to find a pick? I believe they are going to find a pick on the heavy, but the counter jet is coming in. 3 go down on that side, and just already coming back with a vengeance.
It's been 40 seconds, and there's been more than 8 deaths. There's no, like, you cannot make this up. They both play so aggressively, even with the limitations of their weapons. They've been able to find so much more than they can.
This entire tournament just says that Splatlings, despite being backline, and what in the world happened there? 3 already going down on the side of Dark Carbuncle there. 1 is going in mid, the ballpoint. They're trying to hold it down. Are they going to be able to find a pick? They are able to find a pick. Are they going to be able to find another? They are able to find another, getting a 2 down, getting a 3 down situation, locking down the zone. The midi is the last one alive. They had to try and be careful. Are they going to be able to lock their zone? They are. They are able to get the lead back into their favor.
You know, this is the only time I'll say, please nerf Ballpoint Sword Rage. They found another one! They got the 4th! They got a solo wipeout with the Inkjet coming up as well, as they now retreat and trying to lock them back out with the mini having the hammer ready. They're trying to lock out as long as they can and holding this ground. As the other side on Run Speed, they do have Kraken, Ballpoints, Inkjet, and hammer ready to go. What are they going to do with this back push, as does both of them come in with the counter of the hammer getting 1 pick on the Kraken cancel, I believe.
Yeah, I believe that was a Kraken cancel. We do see 2 down situation on both sides. We do see 1 being fought in pit right now. We do see the Kraken being popped on the heavy there. They are taking back the zone. They're just trying to lock it out. Are they going to be able to try and find a pick here? The ballpoint is pushing in. We do see 1 go down on the side of Dark Carbuncle. It is the Nautilus. The ballpoint does go down, but they are able to keep the zone locked. If the heavy is able to keep control here, they can do a lot, but unfortunately they are not. They are going to be able to, they are unfortunately going to get picked out.
That's a delayed wipe on the side of Dark Carnivals. And my mistake, I believe that Run Speed has a vanilla heavy here and not deco heavy. And so that was why they went down immediately even after popping that special. But I digress. The hammer goes in now with the Inkjet getting a pick onto their Hydra, as the Inkjet is now having a very short skirmish. It's about to end now with a 2 down on the side of Run Speed.
We did see a very lucky pick on the hammer on left side there from Run Speed there. We do see 1 going down, but the Kraken is going to be coming in. Are they going to be able to realize that one's hiding up on the block? I don't believe they are. They're not able to find the pick there. The heavy is unfortunately going to get taken out there. 2 go down on the side of Run Speed, but unfortunately I don't know if they'll be able to capitalize on this, because it is a 3v2 situation right now with 1 respawning, but Dark Carbuncle is able to take control of their zone again. But at the same time, like, It's so even. It's so back and forth right now. But they do have the special advantage. We do see the jet coming out. Are they going to be able to find a pick? They are able to find a pick on, I believe that was the mini. Very good shot from them. The Booyah is coming out, just trying to really take control back into their possession. But at this point, it can be anybody's game.
Yeah, I mean, right now, Dark Barnacle still has the upper hand right now with the 16 lead, but that soon should be retained back to run speed as the Hammer now gets one pick on the side with the Kraken chasing after being thrown, but the Kraken does not know where the Mini is. The Mini is just going for a special play here. They get one with the Hammer, shutting down the Hammer as they're now skirmishing the one on top mid. That was a very, very nice pick on Okami right now. No, not Okami.
This was so tense because they didn't realize that the Mini was still hiding there. The Kraken just went right around them. They didn't know where they were, so they were able to just have an easy way to find a pick there. We do see the control going back into Run Speed's favor, but unfortunately one does get taken out by the Knot. The Hydra is still alive. They had to be careful. The ballpoint is unfortunately getting taken out there. The Hydra is still alive, trying to hold down the left zone, but are they going to be able to hold it down for much longer? I'm not fully sure, but we do see one currently in pit right now, so this could be anybody's game, but it is heavily controlled by Dark Carbuncle right now.
That was a burst bomb snipe onto the ballpoint from the Mini, as the Mini is trying now to be really, really sneaky and see what they can do, but the Kraken pops out at the same time. They pop the Hammer and immediately gets shut down by both Splatlings on each side. You know, right now, Dark Carnival seems to have this in the bag with 2 down on the side of Run Speed. This might just be it. With Rain going down, I think this will be a knockout coming from Dark Carnival, and they do go into Grand Finals.
Very, very well played from both teams there. Just the amount of back and forth, especially with the specials, like the amount of hammers, the amount of like jets, just that was absolutely insane, and I was here for it. But as we see, Dark Carbuncle fans do take that game and that set, and we'll be moving on to rematch the team that knocked them into the lower bracket. They will be going against Carnival in the grand final.
Good luck to them. This has been a very, very tense first and second seed loser finals, bear in mind. I believe finals can get even more hectic later on.
Definitely. I feel like the finals are probably going to get very hectic, but regardless, that was insanely well played from both teams there. Like, commending them both. They all played just so well. And we clearly saw the strengths of, like, each of their individual weapons. Like, the Minis were playing so aggressive. Not was able to play around them as well. So, in general, I am very, very happy with how that went. But with that, I believe we will be sending it to a quick break while we get some other commentators on. But I have been Jaking. If you want to find me, my socials are Jaking the VA.
Yeah, and then we will be heading off too. You can find me also on Twitter if you want, Lila Russ V-Scope. Thank you so much for having me today here, and it was really fun commentating with you, Jay.
Definitely, it was insanely fun commentating with you, Lila. But yeah, with that, we'll be going ahead and setting it to the break and getting our final 2 casters on for Grand Finals. And make sure to stay tuned for some more Splatling Spectacle.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Grand Finals of Taroko's Splatling Spectacle. I am one of your commentators, Cactus, and joining me on the commentator stand is none other than Lily Gravy Bread.
It's wonderful to be with you, Cactus, here for the grand finals of Taroko's Splatling Spectacle. This has been an absolutely wild tournament to watch. Looks like we'll be watching in these grand finals Dark Carbuncle go up against Carnival now. These, like, the only weapons they have to play are Splatlings, so I feel like I'm kind of a little bit at a loss of necessarily, like, getting to talk about different possible weapon comps, all the different classes of weapons that we might see coming out here in this next map mode. But like, honestly, with Splatlings, you've got all these different nuances that we can actually explore regarding weapon kits. We saw previously the Hydra Splatling come out, which is not often a choice you necessarily see in a lot of tournaments at the moment, but it's definitely great to see. Cactus, what are you looking forward to in this next set?
I'm looking forward to just the everything we knew about meta is out the window. Anything that you thought you knew is not here. Like you mentioned, we are here just watching Splatlings go against Splatlings, and it's so entertaining to see the possibility of what these comps are going to be mixed up of, even though there's not a lot of options, but more importantly, how these players play around each other with their kits, their play styles, and the different possibilities that they'll have. I mean, it's quite literally just going to be entertaining no matter what. It's been entertaining the entire tournament. And, you know, both these teams have previously fought before in, I believe it was finals. And, you know, Carnival took it 3-2, but it was such a close set. So both these teams already have a little bit of an idea how each other play, what weapons they're going to play, at least specific to the Splatlings. But I imagine they're planning for what they can, as there's not a lot of options, so it's going to be one entertaining set.
Oh, absolutely, and having that history of these two teams playing together already, I'm curious to see actually how Dark Carbuncle fans comes up with a response to what they've seen from Carnival. Now, with the Splatling only tournament, this isn't necessarily, as you said, this isn't going to be the usual standard fair meta compositions, and we are going to be seeing how these teams decide to kind of like work around each other and especially consider the kind of weapon kits. I'm curious actually to know how the V Mini and the Z Mini have been going as like basically the kind of frontline options here, because they do have like one of the highest mobilities, one of the quickest I guess strafe speeds as well. Stack like a lot of run speed, you know, but I guess you'll be stacking a lot of run speed in all of these weapons. It does look like we are going into the game right now, and we do see Okami on the V Mini right here, and we're seeing also 17 rats on the V Mini as well. Now, I reckon V Mini is going to be great, especially to help pop the Rainmaker shield, and also to help create a nice safe pathway to follow for the Rainmaker to follow up on as well. It does look like we are going to see who's getting the pop at the moment.
I think the first thing I noticed is that these comps are quite literally identical. We got Ballpoint, we got the Mini, we got the Deco Heavy, we got the Nautilus, and right off the bat, there's going to be 3 players down, and it's looking for the full wipe as they're going to start to push the Rainmaker forward, and this might just be, yes, a free checkpoint.
That is a free checkpoint indeed. I saw that. I saw those 3 players go down immediately. I was like, oh man, this is gonna be difficult water for Dark Carbuncle fans to try and fight the way out of, I gotta say. But you know, with a couple of players going down already, it does look like they are going to be returning with some fighting power of their own. Getting that hammer throw, the hammer pick on 17 rats, absolutely huge, and getting another kill as well. Another pick with 3 players down. It looks like they are going to be fighting their way to regain mid with the Rainmaker resetting right here.
What an incredible job there done by that mini, just getting the important picks when necessary and just rushing in to take mid control as soon as possible. Unfortunately, the ball point's going to go down on the side of Carbuncle, but they're going to opt to pick up the Rainmaker. The stamp comes out and catches the flank from the Nautilus, able to get that pick off, and that 2-3 players down, just a heavy left on the side of Carnival, and that's a checkpoint cleared for Carbuncle as they look to further this lead, possibly gain it, and push for more points, but no! They are stopped 2 points away.
That was so close. I loved actually seeing how they were able to make their Kraken work with helping create that pathway for the Rainmaker there. Unfortunately, the help of the Inkstorm wasn't quite enough to get lead as Carnival was there ready and waiting to take out the Rainmaker at that 52-point mark. But that Kraken we are seeing coming out, trying to create that pathway, and there's the lead switch. Dark Carbuncle fan, even though they're 2 players down with less than 3 minutes left in the game, they do manage to get a slight lead on Carnival at the moment. Now Carnival is looking around just to try and make sure they have enough space. They do have quite a lot of paint on the ground. They're getting their point sensors out to try and scope out who might be hiding around as well, who might be trying to push up ahead to regain mid control. But with 2 players down, it does look like, however, Dark Carbuncle fans are going to be gaining this mid ground here.
Oh, absolutely. With 2 specialists ready on the side of Carnival, Carbuncle now playing it somewhat patiently here, trying to see if they can build their own, but unfortunately their ball point's going to go down. They are going to be able to get the mini, though, on the other side and look for a 3v3 potential here as the jumps are coming in. Inkjet has popped, mini's going to go down, and the mid control that Carbuncle had is now gone to Carnival, as now they pick up the Rainmaker, are now pushing it towards Dark Carbuncle's plat, looking to see if they can pick off anything here, but the Nautilus jumps and gets the pick of the Rainmaker, somehow staying alive just barely in mid.
Oh, 2 blades have gone down on Carnival here. It does look like they are struggling to get back in, but they have their Inkstorm, they have their Inkjet coming out at the moment. It does look like they're really trying to make something happen. It does look like they do manage to get a pick on 17 rats, but with 1 player down, 2 players down on either side, it is going to be a pretty scrappy fight we are seeing at the moment.
Absolutely. The Rainmaker will reset here, and now both teams will now try to hold some position here. 1 player will go down on Carnival, which is exactly what Dark Carbuncle is looking for here, as they have their Kraken ready, looking to see if they can pick up this Rainmaker, but get a pick first to initiate it. But they're being stalled out so hard in mid, but there's the pick! The rain is popped, the Kraken is ready, and they're trying to see if they can make a good opening without any flanks from the side. They're getting the players picked from Carnival, but they're unable to find any opening to push forward. But this might be it. 2 players down, the step is pushed up, but the Kraken is popped on Carnival. This might be Dark Carbuncle's time to try to push this further.
Yeah, I reckon that Dark Carbuncle might be able to pick up the Rainmaker at some point to be able to start moving it forward, but with that Kraken out of the picture now and them throwing those burst bombs out, it does look like they are actually going to be having to come face to face with Carnival's Inkjet at the moment, which is definitely going to be something for them to be worrying about until that Inkjet goes down. It does look like, however, Carnival has quite the amount of pressure here and headway to be able to start making their final push. I presume they just need to be able to get lead, but they are 2 players down. I don't know if they're going to be able to make it past that hammer, and it does look like that 3rd player, that Rainmaker carrier, does go down there, ending that push, that last-ditch effort for them to take lead. It does look like, however, Dark Carbuncle fans does manage to pick up the Rainmaker in these last couple of seconds. They just have to hold it to be able to win the game, which they do at the very end.
Fantastic job done there by Dark Carbuncle, especially with what they did to get those 10 extra points, to get that lead and hold it off for so long. They used the Kraken's ability to have that charge dash forward to not only pick up the Rainmaker, but use the momentum to push further to get that lead. And then at that point, it was just a matter of holding your control, holding mid, and making sure Carnival could not push any further to try to get that lead back, which is exactly what they did. Major props to both teams here in this first game that didn't end in a KO, but I wasn't expecting it to, because both teams just have such a good defensive hold and offensive push when needed. So this incredible first game.
Absolutely incredible first game, and also I want to give props to those really good ultra stamp throws as well. Getting those picks of the ultra stamps that really helped open up opportunities for those pushes to happen. And also, I think seeing Kraken here on Rainmaker, definitely helping to do similar things, I reckon, to the Ultra Stamp to be able to create those openings as well. So this is definitely an interesting strategies we are seeing here. And you know, with these Splatling kits, I reckon we are definitely. You know what? I'm hoping to see more Splatling, more variety of Splatlings in other tournaments as well after watching this, because there is actually a pretty diverse variety of kits, aren't there?
Oh, absolutely. I think the main thing that makes it struggle with picking a Splatling in today's meta, right, is just the amount of other available kits and pressure that can be placed on these weapons from current specials, like when we were in the crab meta. Now we are in the inkjet meta, but I mean, Splatling is making its way forward when we have Ballpoint being so dominant right now with its inkjet abilities. And I'm sure that, you know, over time, maybe who knows, the next patch will get some buffs on some more Splatling weapons, and we could see more Splatling usage.
Yeah, absolutely. It does look like, however, we are going to be going to Hagglefish Market, and I know I was mentioning Kraken before. This is definitely a good map for Kraken, considering how much flat ground there is for the Kraken to really swim around in. So I'm curious to see if they are really going to be considering how powerful Kraken can be here. However, this is tower control as well. I remember back when Kraken was first released, there was that Kraken cheese on the tower that he really had to nerf.
Who could forget about that Kraken cheese? It was surely something. And you know, it's so funny that you bring that up, because that's not possible anymore. They made it so the output of just shooting at the Kraken knocks off tower, which these backlines can surely do, especially with the Hydra coming out on the side of, I believe that's Dark Carbuncle, or no, sorry, Carnival.
Yeah.
Just it's going to apply so much extra pressure. Although it might have a slower charge time, it can apply so much pressure, especially with its maximum range.
Yeah, and maximum range is definitely going to be good here. If you can set up on top of the tent or the gloss, whatever you call it, you can definitely make something work with that huge amount of range, a huge amount of those huge sightlines that you definitely have here on Hagglefish Market. We actually just saw speaking of sightlines, the inkjet getting up over the top of those stacks is always going to be a very powerful spot for an inkjet to be coming out from, and that is definitely going to be helping them push over to the first checkpoint. It does look like one player has gone down on either side, but the Kraken is online to help them out if they start needing to push this even further. It does look like the inkjet on Carnival is actually going to be pushing them out, however, so this is going to be the end of that push as the tower starts moving back to mid.
It was a great push to the first checkpoint. Unfortunately, they weren't able to take any points off of it, but sometimes you gotta play a little patiently here. But on the side of Dark Carbuncle, the Kraken comes out, and it looks like that patience is going to be paused quickly as the Kraken tries to find any kind of pick here, but unfortunately he's not going to be unable to, with two specials now online for Carnival, using the Booyah Bomb to try to space out mid here. They're going to try to see if they could push Dark Carbuncle back and try to get some picks, but no, the picks are going to be reversed here. It's going to be two players down on the side of Carnival, and Dark Carbuncle might be able to take mid back.
Oh, that was only 5 points as well. They had such a great opportunity to push. They are going to be throwing out their Inkstorm as well, trying to gain a little bit more ground. Two players have gone down on the side of Dark Carbuncle, so this is going to be Carnival's opportunity to, if they can get this pick as well, which they managed to, which is fantastic, they're going to be starting to push up ahead to that first checkpoint as well, looking for the lead for sure. We are seeing already the Kraken coming out on the other side, really trying to pressure that Rainmaker, looking for those picks as well, managing to get one right there as the Inkjet was just coming out. But you know what, Carnival's going to be following that up with a Booyah Bomb, getting a nice splat on Carnival on Dark Carbuncle fans as well. But two are down on Carnival, so Dark Carbuncle fans are going to be having to fight their way back.
With it just being that ballpoint there left on the side of Carnival, having to back up, the Inkjet is now popped on the side of Dark Carbuncle as they try to make their way forward to this checkpoint to try and hopefully clear it and gain lead back. As the points are now ticking down, they're going to be able to just barely kill that first checkpoint as they push it further. The Kraken now is popped on top, forcing the Hydra back out of its position, and now they're gaining points towards the second checkpoint here as they are getting the picks.
Oh my god, that was a great flank, I have to say, on the Hydra from Dark Carbuncle fans as well, just to help them create even more space for them to continue pushing forward. And another great pick on Soren as well. They're just keeping Carnival down at every single opportunity. Now Carnival's really trying to fight their way out, but unfortunately they keep going down at this moment as the tower rolls all the way to the final checkpoint.
What in an incredible push there done by Dark Carbuncle, getting the KO, and it was just a solid use of consistent specials. The Kraken to rid of the Hydra on their snipe, the Inkjet to get the picks needed to further that pathway when it comes to that tower path, and just consistently push those players back. Fantastic job done by all the players there. A well-deserved second game win, taking that to a KO.
Oh, absolutely. I'm still amazed. I loved seeing that mini Splatling just go up for the flank on the Hydra as well. Just making sure, because they knew that Hydra on Carnival was always the one that was kind of pushing them back throughout a lot of that game and stopping them from being able to take mid control back. And getting that pick on that Hydra as well, I think was also a pretty crucial moment to help them just continue to chain their specials all the way towards the end as well.
Absolutely. It put Carnival in such a tricky situation because any player that they had that was going to have any special ready just couldn't get the paint output out without trying to get picked off by any other player on Dark Carbuncle, especially with their special usage. So it was, Carnival did a lot of pressure in the beginning, but once they were in an uncomfortable position, an uncomfortable spot during the game, it was just Dark Carbuncle that saw that opportunity and quickly took it to make sure they furthered their push, not only for the lead, but to secure it, especially by pushing all those players back. Now it's going to be interesting to see here, what the counter pick is going to be for Carnival, because you lost on your first counter pick here, which was on Hagglefish Tower. So now it's trying to think of what can you do to hopefully throw off Dark Carbuncle to hopefully take your first win of the game, or else we might have a very strong one-sided grand finals.
Yeah, having these 2 wins already on the side of Dark Carbuncle fans, all they need is just another 2 at some point. But Carnival's gonna really have to be thinking about their strategies here. It does look like they are going to be deciding the map mode at the moment, which I believe is going to be Splat Zones on Barnacle and Dime. Now, Splat Zones on Barnacle and Dime, I think, is going to be a pretty strong one for Hydra Splatling, especially to be able to get those Booyah Bombs out. I suspect we'll be holding out some of those choke points as well. That's definitely something you're going to have to be playing around, because this can be a difficult map to really break out from once you get a hold of that choke.
Oh, absolutely. And I think one of my favorite things about this map is the ability for the side flanks, which out of all the to take any of those, it's definitely going to be the minis or the Nautiluses, because of that quick fire rate they have on their weapons. And as we start loading in, we see a pretty similar comp we saw last time for both these teams. The Hydra does come out, like you mentioned before, so that we're definitely going to see some Booyah Bombs popped here. As we are seeing the Nautilus comes out, and the Mini and the Ballpine, just similar comps we've been seeing throughout all these games so far and before, as now both teams make their way forward to see who could secure the zone first.
It does look like Dark Carbuncle fans already made a pretty strong mark, but one player has gone down as they do get the first cap of the zone. 2 players have gone down, and that is going to be that is going to be the zone flip, and that Inkjet already managing to help push their team forwards. Carnival is gonna have to be up against this Kraken at the moment. He's looking for the pick as well, does get that pick on Soren, so this is hopefully going to be and 2 players have gone down actually in Carnival. This is going to be where Dark Carbuncle fans are going to be starting to fight their way ahead, Cactus.
Oh, that was an excellent start there by Carnival, but now they're in some dangerous territory here with how much pressure that Dark Carbuncle is putting them in. Unfortunately, though, Dark Carbuncle is going to go 1 player down. The Inkjet is immediately popped by Carnival, following that to try to increase this, getting another beautiful Inkjet pick. Can they get another? But no! They get picked off right away, and the Kraken is popped to secure this lead here for Dark Carbuncle. And now Carnival in a dangerous situation, trying to see if they can paint this zone anymore with that rain, but the players of Dark Carbuncle are just there, and they're holding it. The Booyah Bomb comes out, but it's not enough. It is 1 player down the side of Carnival as they have to try to make space. A trade goes off, and this is looking dangerous for Carnival.
Oh, this is. I saw this Nautilus here trying to make a flank working for them down in street, but But Dark Carbuncle fans has just been continuously watching every single move, and we can already see them hiding around that pillow as well. They do manage to get picked off, so this is going to be where hopefully they can find their way back into the game. It does look like even though 2 players have gone down, they have managed to get the zone, but I'm worried that they won't be able to take that for very, very long. It does look like they do lose it as well, with the Kraken coming out on Dark Carbuncle fans just to help them out to hold this lead even further. Now, I did mention this is definitely one where you're going to be playing around this choke point, which we're seeing here. I'm curious to see how Carnival is going to be making their way to think about trying to break out of the situation that they are in at the moment, Cactus.
Well, they do have 2 specials online, so I believe they're going to try to make something work here, but unfortunately, it's going to be a trade-off for one of their specials with the stamp. Both minis are going to go down, and this is going to be cause for the points to start racking up from the side of Dark Carbuncle. Carnival has to do something here to try to stall the zone any bit further. Can they do it? Yes! They get it! They get the zone cap and say, no, Dark Carbuncle, not yet, not just yet. You cannot take this game. Kraken comes out. It's 1 player down on the side of Dark Carbuncle, and now the Kraken's going to unfortunately finish up, and that player is just barely going to escape. The mini doing a great job holding that bubble as they get a beautiful pick. Can they go for 2? They're going to try to get a pick on the knot, just so barely getting as they get another player down on the sidelines. This mini, how are you alive? How are you still doing this? Incredible!
Incredible mini play. Honestly, I thought they were done for. This Kraken on Dark Carbuncle has definitely been the thorn in Carnival's side for much of this game, but seeing them be able to push it and continue it down to the 20s as well, it does look like things are starting to look up for Carnival at the moment. They need to be able to win this game if they want to get their first win in the board, and it does look like they're actually going to be taking lead here, perhaps even bringing it all the way down to a KO, which they do at the very end. What an incredible reverse. I gotta say that Uno reverse card in this game, I thought that Dark Carbuncle fans had it. I really did. But Carnival coming out, and especially as you were talking about that mini being able to set up their bubble, if you have a good bubble spot, if you're able to survive Dark Carbuncle's Kraken as well, then you can definitely make things work for your team, and that's what we saw there, just to hold back Dark Carbuncle fans from being able to push back in. Once you have control of that choke point, you can definitely get those really big pushes in your team's favor.
I mean, that was just truly incredible. For sure, we thought that Carnival was just not going to be able to pull that back, just how they were positioned. But they were able to secure that zone with the Booyah Bomb and quickly being able to get 2 picks on the side of Dark Carbuncle to move in quickly and cap the zone. And that mini doing an excellent job stalling on the side with the bubble, taking the Knot's attention away, taking the Heavy's attention away, and getting the picks on the side. And then at the end there, just when they pop the Kraken on Dark Carbuncle to go rush in the zone, like I mentioned before the game started, the flanks on the side, the Nautilus was there, and they got that beautiful double on 2 players of Dark Carbuncle, making only the Kraken player alive, and all you have to do at that point is just paint, and that's exactly what Carnival did. So amazing job, and Carnival's got to be feeling so good about that win, because they finally secured a win in this set, hopefully maybe starting this momentum to keep things going, as now we're going to be loading in to our next game, Rainmaker on Humpback Pump Track.
Oh, this is going to be an interesting one, especially for flanks. You can do some very funny things with the Rainmaker path here, I have to say. So I'm curious to see if anyone actually manages to pull anything sneaky off. Also, I reckon this might be an interesting one for Kraken, as we do still see a Kraken coming out on the same team as before. Actually, no, Kraken on both sides, actually, which is going to be interesting. We do see that the Hydra has been swapped out here. It does look like, however, the Dark Carbuncle fans gets the first pick of the game, but they are looking around to pick, do manage to get one, so this is going to be the momentum they need to start pushing up ahead, but they just need to be able to get some paint. Looks like they're going to be making sure that no one's around the window or the elbow area, just so they can start pushing the Rainmaker. Getting a great pick on the Inkjet as well, just as it was popping, but they do go down at the end. 2 plays down on either side. No one has picked the Rainmaker up just yet. They need to find that first opportunity in the game.
I mean, the incredible work done there by the mini on Dark Carbuncle, but it's just so unfortunate their teammates weren't there to help apply the added pressure, as now they're scaring this other player away of Dark Carbuncle. Carnival now taking the Rainmaker first, and leading it hopefully to their first checkpoint if they can. Both heavies are going to go down. This is going to be a first checkpoint clear for Carnival, and the momentum I said they need before, it looks like they are starting to have it. Stamp comes out from behind. It is thrown instead of being used. It's just causing a lot of mayhem, though, in mid here as the Inkjet is now forced to pop to try to get this mini out. They're going to try to find this pick, but no! They are blocked out by Carbuncle, by the heavy Splatling Deco as this Rainmaker is reset.
Yeah, it does look like this is going to be a very quick pop as well, and with their Kraken online and popping as well, they're going to be trying to make sure that this mini is absolutely out of the picture before they start pushing towards the checkpoint. They are just going to be holding it, just making sure that they have the safe pathway, but Carnival is already showing that they can push them out and making it very dangerous for them to take this Rainmaker anywhere close to that first checkpoint.
Oh, a scary situation indeed, though, when the Rainmaker was the only player up, but now the Rainmaker seems to be doing a lot of this work by this checkpoint, trying to get it. They're looking for the first checkpoint, but the Inkjet says, no, you are not getting this, and that is 3 players down. Can they get a 4th? But no, the player is going to just run back as quickly as they can, as now Carnival has the in control of that Rainmaker, popping it up to let it reset. The Minis goes down and trades with the Heavy, as now it is just a hold mid-game for Carnival.
Yeah, it is a hold mid-game, absolutely. And Carnival, even though they are 1 player down, that is their Inkjet player, however, so they do want to make sure that their Inkjet is going to be on the line at some point, but, you know, they got a great pick there on Alchemy, so being able to hold this mid, just waiting for the right time to be able to start moving ahead is definitely what they need to be doing. But, however, it does look like they do kind of lose control here, as Dark Carbuncle fans is setting up already to try and get their first push to the first checkpoint. At some point, they need to be able to win a fight here. They got 1 splat, and they're looking around for another with the Kraken, which they managed to do, so things are definitely looking up. However, 2 players are down on either team this entire time, so this is still going to be difficult for them to actually find that first opportunity. That Kraken was almost had exactly what they needed for their team, but they just didn't have the rest of the team with them to be able to push that Rainmaker, unfortunately.
Oh man, I mean, this is such a struggle here for Dark Carbuncle to try to just get this 2-point lead. Well, the checkpoint to the 2-point lead that they need, Rainmaker is going to reset, and even though Dark Carbuncle has a nice stronghold in mid right now, Carnival's just doing an excellent job of trying to stall out, but now this might be it. They might be able to secure this checkpoint. 2 players down, that's checkpoint, and they're 1 point away from taking this lead.
Oh, they are 1 point away, and 3 players down. This does look like the lead switch is going to be happening here. Now they just need to play around the elbow, around this other side of the map here, just to be able to try and keep this going. Now we are in the final minute of the game. We are going to be seeing Carnival's defense here with a great pick on Parks, and it does look like the Nautilus is going to be swapping, going to be trying to find a flank as well, but unfortunately going down in the process. It does look like, however, that with 2 players down, Carnival's going to be really thinking about having to regain control and get that lead. They do have the first checkpoint, so it is going to be just a matter of being able to keep Dark Carbuncle fans pushed back enough and as many players down enough as possible to be able to run this Rainmaker to just to get another 9 points, another 10 points on the board for them.
And as we run this, they finally get the lead back. The Kraken for the stall with the bubble, and they're furthering this lead by pushing it even further. The Rainmaker's going unbelievable. How did they do it? Being pushed from front and behind by both Splatlings and unable to get the pick. 10 seconds remain on the board. They have to remain to pick up this Rainmaker and now rush it towards mid. They have 2 players down on the side of Carnival, and we are now about to enter an overtime as the Rainmaker rushes mid. Dark Carbuncle now having to push it a lot further than they did before. They're just a handful of points. They are able to get 1 pick here, and now the Inkjet is popped on the side. The Rainmaker, though, is running out of time, and they have to start pushing from the side. 2 players down on the side of Carnival. Dark Carbuncle now finally pushing it further. The Inkjet, though, is prepared on the side of Carnival as they're looking for this final pick. The Rainmaker's being run, though, and they didn't pop any specials, and Dark Carbuncle gets it! They get the lead!
With the 1 point lead in overtime. My goodness, and I have to say, just being able to make sure that the rest of Carnival is not in their positions to be able to defend like they did earlier when Dark Carbuncle fans was pushing before, absolutely found that opportunity to be able to take that lead and push it all the way. Also, this wasn't a knockout win. We haven't seen a knockout win on Rainmaker this set, but, you know, amazing job. Actually, both teams. And you know what? I expected Carnival to win that. All they had to do was be able to keep up their defense. But it does look like Dark Carbuncle fans, considering they had to play around Carnival's defense earlier on in the game, had a pretty good read on when to really start running that Rainmaker at the very end, of course. But you know, when you are getting to overtime, you might also just be thinking about, oh god, we gotta run this now, we gotta run this now, we gotta run this now, which, you know, it paid off for them, didn't it?
Oh, absolutely. And I think at that point, when it came down to overtime, it came down to who is going to panic first. And I believe both teams, honestly, were both just taking it at their own time, taking it at their own pace. But it's just really unfortunate for Carnival at the pressure that Dark Carbuncle fans was able to push from mid, getting the pick on the one player by the pedestal, and then furthering the pressure, making sure that Carnival just really wasn't focused on popping any of their specials to try to get the picks on the Rainmaker. I mean, they did have Inkjet ready, but when you're being pressured by 3 other Splatlings, you can only attempt to pop it so soon without just getting picked off right away, because if you're opting to use your special, you're taking away that range advantage that you had with your own main weapon. So it is just a tricky situation there for Carnival, but with the counter pick that they have set ready, looking like...
I believe it's Tower Control Manta Maria.
It was Tower Manta, right? Okay. I'm sure Carnival is going to try to apply a lot of pressure here for Dark Carbuncle, because Manta Maria... I mean, such a closed-in map that we have here, especially with the tower pass. Now, from the difference from 2 to 3 that we have is, of course, that it's a little more widened up. But with an all-Splatling comp, you get positioned in a lot of great spots, like bunk, like maybe on snipe, or even in any spots in any street. You're in for a dangerous time.
Absolutely, you are in for a dangerous time indeed. And this is definitely going to be one where you are playing around those pretty narrow pathways as well. So you don't necessarily even have quite a lot of space to really look around as well, with everything that is in your view, which can be a little bit tricky. But you know what, if you do get into those prime spots for those long-range weapons, you can definitely make some really good things happen here. Does look like we are going to be seeing Kraken coming out once again on either side, which is going to be great to see, because of course, you know, even though we don't have the Kraken cheese like we used to, Kraken on tower control is pretty much a must in this tournament. Of course, does look like, however, we are seeing the Inkjet, sorry, not the Inkjet, the hammer come out. 2 players have gone down on either side. Pain has gone down from that hammer throw, and Dark Carbuncle fans is, I believe, going to be starting to look to get this first push in the game, just making sure they can win these fights to be able to grab that tower. However, people are just dropping like flies at the moment, Cactus.
Oh my gosh, yeah, it's a back and forth here in mid. The jumps coming out from both teams as their players just keep switching back and forth. 45 seconds in before finally we get a push of the tower done by Carnival, as now they try to secure their first checkpoint here. That was just a crazy mid-battle game. First checkpoint cleared, no problems at all. Kraken ready, 3 specials ready actually on the side of Carnival as the bubble is popped, the Inkjet is popped, the Kraken is being held. And just look at this pressure like I mentioned before. Once you're able to get in so many good positions here, you're in for a terrible time of a snowball. Kraken on tower to try to stall it even further. This Nautilus trying to apply pressure, but it won't be done. 2 players still down on the side of Dark Carbuncle, and Carnival is heading towards the 3rd checkpoint.
Carnival absolutely steamrolling this tower through to the final checkpoint. Sometimes I do notice that here on tower control on Manta Maria, this can be a little bit of a back and forth game. It does look like, however, that Carbuncle fans has managed to push them off the tower at the moment. 2 players still alive. The Inkjet coming out to try and find a someone to annoy here, but it does look like they are going to be moving back to mid, because they do not want to be up against that hammer at the moment, which is coming out the side of Dark Carbuncle fans.
I mean, excellent play there done by Carnival, backing up, knowing when they need to, as now it's going to be 2 players down on both sides here. The Nod taking an aggro approach here on the bunk, trying to get a player down. We do see a jump coming in. They're going to try to camp at least one of the jumps, and they're going to be able to get the pick. And it's 2 players down now on the side of Dark Carbuncle, making it so close for a 3rd, but no! excellent job done there by Parks, making sure that stops as the Kraken is now popped by them to scare these players of Carnival away, looking for any kind of pick that they could find. Going to be unsuccessful to find one, and they are going to go down, unfortunately, for that. Now, it's player advantage here for Carnival as they're pushing this checkpoint, or pushing this tower further, trying to get that third checkpoint again.
Yeah, it does look like the Inkjet has absolutely noticed and managed to camp that jump. Did you see that? That jump camp, amazing from the
beautiful.
Inkjet. I gotta say, so clean, so clean. They are going to be continuing that Inkjet just to help the rest of Carnival be able to hold this tower just for a bit longer. But it does look like they do lose the tower here as Dark Carbuncle fans are getting ready to hopefully take mid control back, but they are up against this bull point. Now this is very dangerous for them to be up against because they are just going to be walking into that laser that bull point is on them at the moment every time they try and get up onto their bunker.
Oh yeah, the ball point is such a great spot on the side of Carnival here. Just being able to apply so much pressure and be pretty much anywhere and everywhere when needed. It is going to be 2 players down though on the side of Carnival, but they do have 2 specials ready. Make that only 1, and the last player is stuck in an Inkjet as the hammer is thrown, trying to find the pick. Going to be unsuccessful. The Inkjet doing so much to try to apply so much pressure here, as they are able to have 2 players down the side of Dark Carbuncle. Any push that they thought of having, this ballpoint said, no, you're not having today.
Yeah, it does look like all that Carnival really need is to keep up the defense to prevent any pushes from happening. But as I say that, actually, we are seeing the first push in the game from Dark Carbuncle fans as they managed to get to the first checkpoint. That Kraken helping out already to allow them to push up around that straight as well. We're seeing the Hammer and the Inkstorm just to get that further control. It does look like we are going to the second checkpoint as well, but Carnival's already starting to set themselves up. Unfortunately, going down to the Inkjet as well, which is just going to be helping Dark Carbuncle fans to get back onto that checkpoint, get back onto that tower to help it move to that checkpoint, but they have lost it, however.
Oh, I mean, Carnival putting on an excellent just array of that defense that was needed to stop Carbuncle from pushing us any further. They did an excellent job there by just being nice, calm, cool, collected, and patient here and making sure that they don't stagger themselves, and that's exactly what happened. Now, so close on the side of Dark Carbuncle to taking that second checkpoint as they are able to get 2 players down, getting 3, and now with overtime about to start in just 10 seconds, they need to try to get on this tower. They get the pick on the knot from behind, and then it's 2 players down once more. The Inkjet is now popped, and we are now in overtime.
We are. This is looking pretty good for Dark Carbuncle fans, but they are up against Carnival's defense, which is definitely something to be a little bit concerned about with this Inkstorm coming out as well. 1 player having gone down on the side of Dark Carbuncle fans. They are going to be getting... losing the tower at the very end to Carnival, who managed to take it as they get that pick on the hammer as well. Oh my goodness. It was kind of heartbreaking just to see that hammer come out to see if they can get out that final player, but to help continue that push as well. But it does look like with that hammer going down and with the rest of I believe the rest of Carnival just in that position to be able to take that tower back, they do manage to take that win there as well. But you know what, this is a 3-2 situation. Dark Carbuncle fans have won 3 of these games, Carnival have won 2. Someone needs to get a 4th game to be able to win this set. This is match point. Carnival still has an opportunity to, I believe, reverse sweep this. So I'm curious to see what is going to be happening in the next match.
Oh, most definitely. And right now, on paper, Dark Carbuncle is technically in favor of what's going on here. Because like you mentioned before, they are 3 games up. They only need 1 more to force this into the bracket reset, since they are coming from the loser side. But again, though, Carnival has been doing such a great job at making sure no matter what counter pick might happen from Dark Carbuncle, they're applying excellent pressure here and making sure they have the momentum that's needed. So, I mean, overall, these players are playing amazing, and no matter what counter pick Dark Carbuncle might come up with, Carnival, I'm sure, is just going to have an answer for it.
Oh, absolutely, and seeing those last couple of games, they have been providing those answers for sure. I do hope, however, that if Carnival manages to get this next game in this in a potential 3-3 situation, things are going to be a little even more even out than they already are, which is definitely going to be some great content, especially seeing these two teams up against each other like they have been already. But you know what? I think these two teams have been pretty evenly strong against each other, so I can't predict exactly what's going to be happening next.
Oh yeah, I mean, it's clear to see how these teams made it to the full best of 5 in the finals round prior, now leading into grand finals. I mean, they just have so much pressure and such great lines of offense and defense, especially for an all Splatling tournament, mind you, because Splatlings are known for just kind of applying that back end pressure. But when it's a tournament like this, you have so many different varieties and so many different stances and positions that these Splatlings are able to take, that they're able to just apply all kinds of pressure that any other normal weapon would, if this was just a regular tournament of regular comps.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm also like really interested and have been enjoying seeing the ballpoint players who are usually positioned further back being able to make amazing use of the short range mode throughout this as well, to be able to really deal with especially any of those mini Splatlings trying to get up close and in their face for sure to try and get them out. I don't think we quite have the next map mode ready, but mini Splatlings, this is something I've been curious about. This isn't something I've seen in tournaments a lot at all because they're just not very popular options. But as the only bubble weapon, and even though bubble as a special isn't even one of the most strong specials in the game, seeing it come out here on these teams is definitely interesting as well, because you do have that like free checkpoint you can get with the bubble and tower control. We do have like some, like once you set up your bubble in those really good locations like we saw earlier in the Barnacle and Dime splat zones, you can actually make that work really well for yourself. So being able to hold out certain areas, especially with the toxic mist, can definitely be something in your favor, especially if you are there to help support the rest of your longer ranged team as well, to try and just slow down the other team to try and get those picks on them too. Does look like we are going into Sturgeon shipyard. We've been a lot of tower control, haven't we?
Oh, absolutely. And I think it's just because it's such a good mode for Splatlings. I mean, you have one that could just sit on tower. You have so many good advantage points that a Splatling can take. So there's no wonder why it keeps coming back. As we look at now quickly at these comps coming out, I mean, they're looking pretty identical except for the difference of the type of mini that's picked. We have mini and the zinc mini picked off instead. So, I mean, it's going to be interesting to see how both these teams will make use of it, as now 2 players go down, 1 on each side of both these teams. Looking to see for another pick here. It's going to be now 2 players down the side of Carnival, as Dark Carnival now opts to take the tower first and push it towards this force checkpoint.
Yeah, they are in a very good position to get up onto the other team's spinner there, to be able to get into a nice position just to look over Carnival's core. It does look like, however, they're going to be getting moved off there. However, they're going to have to find a new position to get into, because Carnival has realized, okay, we've got to deal with our spinners here.
Oh, absolutely. And that's the one thing you want to keep control of, especially when any other team is pushing towards their first checkpoint on your side, is that if you're able to just at least hold the control of your own spinner and not let it up so you don't lose control of your snipe, it's not going to be as bad as the time as you would have. The Inkjet, though, being popped here, trying to stop this first checkpoint, is going to be unfortunately picked off here. That's no ballpoint, but 2 other specials still ready on the side of Carnival, as his first checkpoint is going to be eaten away and start moving forward. The Kraken is now popped out, and the Bubble's trying to get away from this mini, but unfortunately picked off by the Inkjet. Excellent pick there by Cat, as now this first checkpoint being cleared is now moving swiftly for the second.
Dark Carbuncle fans have got a lot of momentum happening with that Kraken coming out, just trying to clear up that space for them as well, followed up by the Ink Storm as well, just to make sure that they can continue running it out. But they do get picked off there by the ballpoint on Carnival. Now, Carnival has managed to has managed to actually clear out 3 players from Dark Carbuncle fans, so we might be able to see this tower moving back to mid. But with 2 players having gone down as well, once again, this is just the fight they need to they need the fights they really need to win. This is Carnival's defense. This is them getting set up to push as well. This is actually amazing to see them. Just as I saw the Dark Carbuncle fans, that's a kind of hard team name to say, was pushing to that final checkpoint. It does look like that the momentum is swinging the other way, Cactus.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I admit their name just kind of mixes me up a little bit too here. Guys, Carnival now though making their way towards the second checkpoint, but being stopped immediately as the mini was able to get the necessary picks here. The heavy is trying to hold strong and mid, get the pick on the Zinni, the regular mini. Excellent job there. The Not's going to go down though on their side as well, and this heavy just trying to apply so much pressure here, trying to hold it together for their team, but unfortunately having to back off with only a 10-point difference here. As Dark Carbuncle now makes their way towards this checkpoint again, the Carnival's in some great positioning here to make sure that they can't push it any further past mid.
Yeah, they need to be able to hold what they can here, because with players still going down on both teams, they need to find an opening for themselves to be able to start pushing this tower again. It does look like Carnival is in control of the tower, getting a pick and getting that Kraken out as well, just to add insult to injury here. It does look like they are going to be actually clean. Oh my goodness. It looks like 3 players have gone down on Dark Carbuncle fans. They are getting the checkpoint. They're getting the lead switch as well. It does look like this is exactly what they needed to be able to push this tower up even further ahead. But it does look like as the members of the tower have been pushed off here, Dark Carbuncle fans is going to be finding their opportunity to start pushing back up ahead. That was a great play, I have to say, from Carnival, getting that lead finally as we move towards the last minute of the game.
I mean, you said it best. What an excellent array of offense there done by Carnival, getting not only the checkpoint, but a secured lead here. And now it's going to come down to a line of defense, but unfortunately, they're going to go 2 players down, almost 3, as now it is up to Dark Carbuncle to clear this checkpoint, which they're going to do quickly with only 40 seconds left on the clock. The points are rounding down. The Kraken's on tower to help stall it out. They're pushing for the KO, and then they're going to get it. They're going to get the KO.
The Kraken cheese is back. Well, it's not really the Kraken cheese, but they end up getting that knockout with the help of that Kraken, of course. But, you know, that was not something I saw coming. Carnival has been able to set up some really strong defenses throughout all of these games, but they just weren't there, especially when dealing with that Kraken. So that is going to be victory for Dark Carbuncle fans in this set.
I mean, that was just quite an incredible push there by Dark Carbuncle fans, taking this now to a bracket reset. But just, I want to talk about that last push they had at the end there, because, I mean, they were shooting that Kraken from what looked like both sides, and I wonder if that counteracted each other, forcing that Kraken to stay in the middle for as long as it was. And as they also had 2 players pushing that tower, mainly protecting them to keep that tower going. It's just an incredible push, an incredible lead to KO that they were able to get. And as now we're making our way to a bracket reset, I mean, Carnival, what do you think Carnival's got to have thinking for themselves right now going into this?
All right, so I believe that Carnival, they know how to defend really well, but there are just a few, there have just been a few moments where their defenses just hasn't been ready in order to stop Dark Carbuncle's really powerful pushes. So I think it could possibly come down to them just being able to be there and get a good read on the other team to be able to know exactly when they're going to be pushing up ahead as well, be able to have their specials online to force them out as well, because, you know, we've seen them do that really well. I think it just comes down to the consistency that they can have everything ready to be able to do that every single time.
Yeah, absolutely. They've shown they can do it, and they've shown it time and time again, especially in the games they lost. This was no quick 4-2. Like that, let's make that very clear, that Carnival has been able to put so much pressure on Dark Carbuncle, putting them in very scary situations, but it has always come down to the extra line of defense needed on the side of Carnival to stop Dark Carbuncle from pushing any further. So hopefully going into this bracket reset here, that's going to start us off on Clam Blitz Museum, because why wouldn't it? What a great map mode combination.
Absolutely. Okay, the Clam Blitz. I love Clam Blitz so much. Museum, I think, is a really good one for Clam Blitz. You do have basically 3 places you can push the power clams. You can start those pushes from and sneak those power clams in. You have great places, especially up around the other team's spinner, to be able to have an inkjet just being an absolute menace and also providing jumps. But the thing is, with those high ground defensive positions, those are places that you really want to be able to position yourself from in order to stop any of those pushes from happening as well. And you know what? This is Museum. This has been known, I believe, ever since the very beginning of Splatoon 3 being out, as the great map for Splatlings.
Oh, absolutely. And it all has to really revolve around those spinners, right? Because once you are able to take control...
around those spinners.
Yeah, I'm glad you caught that. Because whenever... I mean, it's going to be the heaviest probably position there, but it is such a strong hold on the enemy plat that once you're able to have control of it, it's so hard to just break out of it. As we move now into the game starting on Clam's Museum, we are going to see similar comps that we saw run this whole set come outside. We do see the main difference here being the minis chosen, one with Bubble, one with Hammer. I mean, both great choices, and has proven to work for both teams in their own respective ways. And now it just comes down to this fight for mid.
Yeah, the fight for mid, the first thing that happens in game. Now, Clam Blitz can definitely be a mode that can take a little bit to get going, because not only do you have to get mid control, not only do you have ping control in a lot of the game. Actually, as I say that, 3 players have gone down on the side Dark Carbuncle fan, so it does look like that they are winning this fight at the very start with this mini popping and throwing that hammer as well. It does look like they do manage to get that first push in the game going for them as well. But you know what? It does come down to just winning that fight, but also being able to have the coordination to follow up on that with a push, which we are seeing here. 3 players down once again, and that wipeout just to continue this push even further. They are going to be looking around for some clams here. They need to keep this basket open. They're running out of precious time, but they do manage to continue pushing Cactus.
I mean, Carnival has wasted no time at all taking over this plat belonging to Dark Carbuncle and pushing this to such an incredible lead, and now keeping it going down to 21, down to 15, 12. They're using the box jump. They have the clams to end it. It's just going to be a 1-push KO. Yes! Yes, it is! Carnival wasted no time!
Oh my goodness, that was a clean 100-0 push. Carnival already starting out so strong in this true final set. This is incredible. This is what we love to see from Carnival. Dark Carbuncle fans, unfortunately, not being able to make use of every particular place you can go to defend on around like those high ground, around bats on and around that spinner as well. It does come down to being able to control that plat and around that spinner to be able to really push them back. However, it does look like with Carnival having that first win, which they did, I believe they didn't have in the previous set, so they are starting out strong here. Dark Carbuncle fans already has the 4 wins from the previous set going for them, so they know that they know what it's like to play against Carnival. They know what it's like to win 4 times against Carnival, but it's gonna be Carnival getting a good read on Dark Carbuncle fans to be able to make some kind of reverse sweep and, or I guess some kind of win for themselves on this set. Now, Dark Carbuncle fans, they didn't have as many opportunities to get a counter pick in the previous set, but it's their turn.
And what a counterpick they're choosing for us to come back on. Rainmaker, Humpback. I mean, I believe it was them that won it the first time, so they're looking to do it again. Or if it was the other way around, if Carnival ended up taking it, they're looking to try to secure that big lead they had the first time and secure the win for sure. But Carnival, it seems they have awakened the beast, because they you know, maybe awoken the scary clowns, right? Scary clowns. Carnival. And they've decided to just open the gates and just waste no time at all applying so much pressure at Dark Carbuncle. So it's going to be interesting to see here how quickly Carnival could maybe turn this game around as well.
Yeah, well, they have been able to coordinate so quickly and so smoothly. So I'm curious to see what they can do here. Now, this is a map mode where things can go very, very quickly on, so they might be able to be considering their strategies, what worked for them in the previous game, trying to make them work once again here. But this is like a vastly different terrain that they're working with all of those curves, those hills, those that curved ground as well. So this is going to be a little bit different for them, I believe.
Oh, absolutely. And as we see right off the bat, it looks like Carnival is applying a lot of mid pressure already. I believe have gotten that first pop, and just being able to just try to pick up these players on the side of Dark Carbuncle. But Dark Carbuncle, though, is going to be able to get one pick, make that 2, and only 1 player going down on their side. It looks like they're going to be able to get 3, and now it's Dark Carbuncle that's going to be able to have a lot of pressure here as they're forcing the 4th player of Carnival to back up, just barely trying to hold onto that ledge, but it's going to be unsuccessful. The Rainmaker now making their way quickly to this checkpoint, and now it is Dark Carbuncle looking like they're in no way of slowing down.
You have that hammer coming out just to continue this lead, getting a great pick on 17 rats, but unfortunately going down as well. This is going to be them picking up the Rainmaker and pushing it further ahead. 2 players have gone down on either side, however, but they are going to be holding onto this just to wait for exactly the right moment to help them get lead. And also with the help of that Inkjet, just to help them push forward. They are going to be waiting out those toxic mists as well, because that is definitely going to be annoying, taking the Rainmaker through there. But we are seeing Carnival's Inkjet as well, and Kraken trying to get that Rainmaker out of the picture as they have pushed it all the way down to a score of 40 Cactus.
Oh, that was a great stall there done by Carnival, making sure that Dark Carbuncle couldn't push it any further, and scaring the player off with the Kraken and being able to quickly push them out and get that pick. They're able to get a pick on the mini from behind, even though that Carnival is down there, heavy player who can now respawn and jump back in. They're trying to hold mid and hold a lot of pressure as they try to look for the right side, but the Kraken and Inkjet combo popped out to try to push this Rainmaker even further back. They're doing a great job of making sure they can't push any further, stalling them out. They're able to get 2 players down, and that's going to be a tricky situation here in mid as Dark Carbuncle now is going to be able to get that wipeout. 4 players down.
4 players down. This is where they can definitely continue running this. It does look like they are taking the other route, which is very interesting to see, the really sneaky route on the left side. It looks like they do manage to bring the Rainmaker over there, not actually getting any more points on the table for themselves. But this is quite close for Carnival to be able to actually run this Rainmaker over to that checkpoint as well. And with the Inkjet coming out and the bubble just to control this elbow, that window as well, it does look like they do manage to get that checkpoint as I suspected. And the Inkstorm, the Kraken combo coming out as well. 3 players have gone down. It's just the Kraken alive, and they do unfortunately get wiped out there. The scores are so close. 42 to 40 is going to come down to whoever can be able to prove they can take a stronger lead. I do believe Carnival, they've been able to play really strong defenses. They have their Toxic Mist just to slow down Dark Carbuncle fans, but I'm not sure that slowing them down is necessarily going to be enough. They have to continue getting these picks as well, getting these picks on them, which 2 players have gone down. The Heavy and another one as well. This Rainmaker carrier here is having a very difficult time being able to hold it, being picked off as well. 3 players down. This is going to be where Carnival is really going to be thinking about, okay, we really need to get this 2-point lead on them.
Oh, I mean, incredible job done there by Dark Carbuncle, refusing to have any sign of offense for Carnival to push it any further, as now the trades are for going off in mid. This Rainmaker able to get 2, couldn't get that 3rd, which is fine. The hammer throw in front, the Rainmaker being the only one stuck in that corner, and now once again Carnival is 3 players down, with Dark Carbuncle now just blowing up this Rainmaker, going to pop it and hopefully try to push this a little further, as now they watch for any flanks on the side as they have good control in mid. The Inkjet is popped to try to get a pick on this player on the side who is thinking about potentially a flank. 2 players continue to be down. Rainmaker is now opted to be picked up with 45 seconds left on the clock here. Dark Carbuncle is looking to maybe continue and push this lead a little bit further if they can.
Yeah, 2-point lead is a very scary position to be in, considering how we've seen these teams play against each other. It does look like they might even be running it to a score of 14 in these last 30 seconds, so not quite the knockout that they may have been hoping for, but you know, just running it that much further is definitely going to be a much safer lead this late into the game. Now, will Carnival be able to take this back? They are already trying to make a pathway to set the Rainmaker up and just run it as fast as they can, as Dark Carbuncle fans is trying to set up a defense. But it does look like 3 players have gone down on the side of Dark Carbuncle, so perhaps with this wipeout they can get this even further. But it does look like that game is going to be ending right there, I believe, in Dark Carbuncle's favor.
They never got the pop. That was so unfortunate. The Nautilus was able to pick off the Rainmaker, and the flank from behind had the Inkjet distracted. And not only were they going down, they traded off the last remaining members, with the last player coming from spawn and the one player being an Inkjet. Carnival couldn't get the pop. So unfortunate. Dark Carbuncle getting such a huge lead and securing it with such a great line of defense there. That was just a quite incredible display by Dark Carbuncle securing that first win of this bracket reset.
Oh, absolutely. Carnival, I have to say, even though they did win that first game very quickly, Dark Carbuncle fans, I think, may be picking up a thing or two about how Carnival's been playing, not only to get those very quick early fights in their favor, but also being able to very quickly use that to gain some ground, especially in terms of the objective. So, Carnival, they have very strong defense. Dark Carbuncle fans, I believe, is still going to be able to find those opportunities where Carnival is kind of like faltering just a little bit, just to be able to get those wins on them, or get those leads on them. We are going to be going over into this counter pick, Inkblot Art Academy Tower Control, however. So, you know, I'm expecting to see them, as they've been playing with the Zinc Mini Splatling, I'm expecting to see them be able to bring that back again, and potentially help get them some really strong pushes here as well.
Oh yeah, absolutely. It certainly shows that both teams have a certain strong suit, and Carnival is probably going to aim to what they did the first 2 games, is try to get a quick, pretty much off the sprint start, and try to get these necessary picks to push this tower right away. As now we see both these teams running towards mid, trying to claim some paint control and see who can get the pick off first. We're going to go and see the Mini up here, trying to see if they can find a pick on the side, joining the Nautilus to see what they can do. They're going to get a pick on the other side of the map on the other Mini and get this pick started, with hopefully now trying to start moving this tower. 2 players down right away. This is exactly what we were talking about. The ball point's also going to go down on the side of Dark Carbuncle, and now Carnival finally pushing this tower, going to hopefully pop the bubble on it to secure this first checkpoint and start pushing, as Inkjet is also popped. Specials are being popped by both sides here as this first checkpoint is cleared. And it is now just a quick fight as the both Krakens race each other.
That looked like a Kraken race about to start, to see who could get up onto the platform first. One to defend and one to help attack and push this Rainmaker further. It does look like the hammer is going to be pressuring back, but it does look like they go down as Dark Carbuncle. Even though they are 2 players down, they are still constantly applying this pressure over on Dark Carbuncle's plat here, and helping provide some jumps, and helping also to get this tower moving forward with the Inkjet, just clearing things out and constantly applying that pressure. We're seeing the Kraken come out as well. Both Krakens, in fact. The other one actually pushing Carnival off the tower. Hopefully this can be where Dark Carbuncle fans starts to come back. But as I say, that 3 players have gone down with Dark Carbuncle fans. Carnival has got their momentum going here, and I think it's just going to be continuing up from this moment, Cactus.
This is exactly what I was mentioning before. Carnival looking for just the pure aggression they needed, and now with the Inkjet being popped out, it is a consistent 1 or 2 players down on the side of Dark Carbuncle. The Kraken now coming onto tower to save the last player alive. Rain is popped, and with 3 points to go, they are going to secure it. Carnival found their answer, and that is just being aggressive from the start, making sure to non-stop apply pressure to Dark Carbuncle and get them into that stagger so they could secure these wins. With now being ahead by 1 game, it's starting to look pretty dangerous for Dark Carbuncle if this is the answer that Carnival needed.
Yeah, I'm hoping to see Dark Carbuncle being able to get their defense together against Carnival, because we saw in the previous that even though Carnival did lose, there were some pretty difficult wins for Dark Carbuncle fans. It does look like actually we might already be going into the next map mode very soon, which is going to be Tower Control again on Hagglefish Market. But I have to say, I do want to say Dark Carbuncle fans being able to win before the bracket reset over Carnival. Carnival had those really good defenses that definitely made it difficult for them to be able to push objective as quickly as Carnival has been going this set. So Carnival being able to get their momentum going here, I believe, is probably going to be the thing that will help them take the victory in the true finals. If Dark Carbuncle fans hasn't got an answer prepared, they really have to be thinking about it now, Cactus.
I mean, absolutely. And this could be why they picked their counter pick so quickly. And once again, of course, it's going to be tower control. But I think Dark Carbuncle doesn't want to waste any time because they know these maps like the back of their hand at this point, and they know what they need to do. So they're picking things that they've definitely won on and have a good opportunity to win on. And it is just going to be very difficult, though, to try to get a grasp of Carnival when they're being so aggressive, especially at the start. If Dark Carbuncle wants an opportunity to shut down any push idea that Carnival has or any momentum, they have to get these picks when they need them. And unfortunately, that's going to be right at the start. They're going to have to try to match that energy and match that pressure that Carnival is putting out, because if not, it's going to be another struggle to make our way into tower control on Hagglefish.
Yeah, I think it's probably going to be a game of how Dark Carbuncle fan can get into the positions that is just going to be making it that much more difficult for Carnival to get those early picks, and also to be able to make it just that much more dangerous for Carnival to be pushing up ahead early on, because Carnival, they're not going to be pushing up ahead if they don't get those early game don't win that early game fight. It does look like, however, Carnival's already looking for the pick, but one going down. We had a trade on the side here with both the players. Actually, we are seeing a 2v2 situation. It does look like actually Dark Carbuncle fans do go 3 down, so this is going to be Carnival's early fight win, and getting on the tower as well, getting another pick as well, just to help move that tower forwards. With the numbers advantage they continue to have, they are going to be throwing that Toxic Mist up and pressuring up that top right area just to make it that much more difficult for Dark Carbuncle fans to be able to defend from.
I mean, this is now where things are starting to get scary quickly for Dark Carbuncle again, because now, as we've seen right off the bat, they were able to get the trades off at the beginning, and they were able to get the players down of Carnival. But now it is the reverse of now Carnival being in the player advantage, and now they're taking the tower back. But now this mini being such a tough position here. But again, the trades are going off. Dark Carbuncle now in a disadvantage of being 2 players down, being forced back to mid. But they are trying to apply so much pressure, but they're going to go a complete delayed wipeout. And now Dark Carbuncle is going to try to quickly take advantage of this, how they're trying to grab the positions in mid as quickly as they can. The hammer is tossed out, unable to find the pick. The player is going to jump back. Dark Carbuncle now making their way towards their first checkpoint. The momentum that Carnival had is now gone, and now it looks like it is in Dark Carbuncle's favor.
Yeah, and they had the special advantage. They didn't quite have the player advantage either, and now with 2 players down, it does look like that push is going to be ending, as Carnival, with their classic defense, is going to be moving that tower back to mid. Does look like, however, that with 3 specials online, Carnival's getting ready for another push here. They're looking to win a fight. They're looking to get these players down, but with those specials actually all popped, it doesn't look like they actually found a fight to win just yet. They just want to be able to use those specials to set something up and start this tower moving in their direction. Does look like, however, at this point, they winning the fights they need to get. And with players on Dark Carbuncle fans dropping like flies, the Kraken is going to be coming out, seeing if they can make anything work to stop them from pushing this tower over to the next checkpoint.
Excellent job there by the Kraken to try to rush the players off, but unfortunately they didn't have their teammates to help back it up, because now Carnival now just has so much pressure getting 2 players down and applying so much more of it, but they don't see the flank. They don't see the flank from behind. One of the players is coming from behind them to try to help get these picks, but the tower is still being pushed. The shark is not being used in any way, shape, or form. The pressure is still going on. The Kraken is now popped. The Carnival has a desperate attempt getting at least 1 player down, and they're just going to be popped and getting another player down as well. It's going to be a quick trade by this position of the tower. Players trading left and right, and it is going to be Dark Carnival barely escaping this, stopping this tower, or so I should say, because Carnival is still pushing. What is happening?
Carnival's still pushing. They are absolutely not letting up. This aggression is working out for them as 3 players have gone down. They are going to be taking it to the next checkpoint. Them going down in the process, but this Inkjet is still going to be clearing out, helping them get to the next checkpoint. Checkpoint 3, they only need to take that tiny amount of area to be able to get that knockout win. It does look like, even though that player has managed to go down, it does look like they get the win in the end. Carnival, 3 wins on the board so far. We are going into match point. This could be Carnival's set here. Dark Carbuncle fans will be shaking in their boots in the next match, I am sure, thinking about what they can do to stop this forward momentum, this aggressive momentum that Carnival is showing in this set. Oh my goodness.
I mean, Carnival found their answer without a doubt, and it's safe to say Dark Carnival figured it out too, with the pressure that they were trying to apply in the beginning. But now, things are getting so dangerous now. With that original great first set that we saw before for Grands, before this bracket reset, you would think Dark Carbuncle was going to start taking things. But Carnival has pulled, like you mentioned before, the Uno reverse card, and they are now up 2 games at match point, with Dark Carbuncle being in a scary situation. It seems no matter the counter pick, Carnival has the answer. It is now up to Dark Carbuncle to try to find an answer of their own, because the Carnival is just on a relentless run.
Yeah, if I were Dark Carbuncle fans at this moment, I'd be thinking about playing a Rainmaker match myself, because they have been shown to do really well there in previous matches. I think this is probably going to be Dark Carbuncle's strong mode, so they're probably going to be thinking, okay, Rainmaker is probably going to be the safest bet at this point, but honestly, anything can happen here. Absolutely anything can happen. Oh, they can't counterpick Rainmaker. Oh, okay, I see. So it does look like they actually can't counterpick Rainmaker here. So even my mistake, even though Dark Carbuncle fans had that really strong mode that they were having work out for them in previous matches, it does look like... I should have read the rules. It does look like they are going to be having to think about an alternative option to really stop Carnival from being able to take this next win.
I mean, absolutely. And I mean, this is where it gets scary, because you're limited on your counter picks, and it could be the reason why we haven't had a pick yet by Dark Carbuncle for what they want to choose. I mean, I imagine, they're down to their 3 options, right? They're pretty much down to probably Clam Blitz, another tower control, or Splat Zones. And Clam Blitz obviously didn't go too well for them the first game of this bracket reset. So it's probably a tie between tower control once more or Splat Zones. And
well, as you say that, it does look like they are going to be picking Clam Blitz on Scorch Gorge. Now, this one is an interesting choice, because, I do think that Scorch Clams can take a little while to get going sometimes, so maybe they can definitely work that into their advantage in order to be able to stop Carnival from taking that aggressive momentum, that aggressive forward momentum that they have been having in the previous games. So, Scorch Gorge, definitely an interesting one. You have the Greats that you can flank on, but it is kind of a little bit choke pointy around that ramp as well, so having as much backup from the rest of your team to be able to make these pushes happen can definitely see some very, very long pushes throughout a lot of once you do manage to get that clam basket open as well. So I think this is going to be an interesting one. If Dark Carbuncle fans can get 1 or 2 opportunities to get Carnival's clam basket open, and providing that Carnival doesn't quite get into the position soon enough to be able to defend, then Dark Carbuncle fans might have something going in their favor here.
Oh, definitely. I think the map choice of being a Scorch Gorge is what they were probably counting on because, like you mentioned, they need something to slow down Carnival. But is the map choice enough? Is it going to be enough to stop the rain that Carnival is having? Like a roller coaster, they're just going, and not slowing down. And the emergency brake seems to not be working for Dark Carnival's side as they are quickly going one player down and Carnival just looking already to try to put some more pressure. The flank on the side is going to quickly called out and punished. 2 players now down the side of Carnival. The miss being thrown out to try to slow down this ball point. Unsuccessful. And now Dark Carbuncle in a pretty comfortable spot of control of mid pushing towards Carnival's ramp.
Oh yeah, things were actually looking pretty scary for Dark Carbuncle there as we saw how many clams that Carnival were able to pick up early on in the game, but they are kind of going a few players down at the moment with Dark Carbuncle fans being able to slowly take up the space they need to be able to start pushing ahead. The thing is now, no one has made a push in the game yet. We are getting to the 4-minute mark, and it is still that fight for mid, that fight for an advantage on either side. So things are looking a little bit more even once again. I believe, however, Dark Carbuncle fans, with the amount of space they've been able to take up, and with this inkjet coming out, perhaps they're looking for that opportunity to be able to push ahead. But we are seeing a dogfight happening with Pain going down there to the inkjet. It does look like with 2 players down on Carnival, maybe Dark Carbuncle fans can actually get this going for them, but they need the clams to be able to do it. They just need to be able to get them together and open this clam basket.
Oh, the unfortunate scenario there where you have such a great push going. You have your number advantage, but you don't have the clam economy. That was such unfortunate. They were throwing the clams, but getting quickly picked out because you're just trading them too close to the basket. That push that Dark Carbuncle had was just set up so perfectly, but quickly shut down. And now Carnival is now ready for an answer. They pop out the Kraken. Unfortunately, though, going down, there is their Zinni player, as they're looking to see if they can pressure any more players on the side of Dark Carbuncle. But, I mean, it's just turning out to be a pretty close match than it was the other couple of games that we've been seeing. But just as I say it, the commentator curse strikes again. And Carnival quickly trying to turn things around. But the dogfight in the air, going down to Okimi. What an incredible first inkjet shot.
Oh my goodness, it is 2v2 at the moment, and I have to say, I think the one thing that Carnival's really having going for them in their favor is that every time they have an opportunity to collect clams before they take those fights, they have those clams ready for them. So when they do start winning those fights, they can actually start pushing as well. Even if they don't have like the full power clam just yet, it is very quick for them to be able to open this clam basket, which we are seeing here for the first time in the game. Carnival being able to get those clams in.
Just Carnival putting on an excellent quick movement there to score a couple clams, but Dark Carbuncle, great defense. Quickly shutting down what could have been a very dangerous push against them. The Kraken's going to be popped out on the side of Carnival, trying to apply some pressure, get some picks on the board, and scare off any other player. There's going to be 2 players down the side of Dark Carbuncle, and just Carnival has just had such a strong hold still of mid and of the ramp on Dark Carbuncle side.
Yeah, it does look like, however, that even though that first push was only to a score of 77, they're getting ready to get their next clam in, which they do manage to get. They have to get their even another one in. They have an opportunity to get an even bigger lead, but, I don't think they're going to be able to get this opportunity in just yet because Dark Carbuncle fans, they are proving to have a very strong defense here.
And the defense is great, but they need to find a way to turn it around, and this might be the answer because there's only a minute left, and they're able to get 3 players down on the side of Carnival, pushing the basket here, trying to see if they could find this clam economy to start pushing forward. The inkjet is popped. They're able to get 1. They're looking for a second one as they try to score this power clam. If they can get ever so close, they have 2 players down. The clams are flooding in. They get the lead with only 30 seconds left on the clock. The Kraken is pushed, getting the pick on the ball, and now Carnival is in dangerous territory.
Carnival is in dangerous territory indeed. As we know, this is like the opportunity for Dark Carbuncle fans to actually get a really big lead in. They found that opportunity. They were so patient about it as well. They tried early on and they didn't quite get it, but that lead is exactly what they want to be looking for here. However, with 2 power clams online for Carnival, this is going to be something that this is going to be a very difficult defense for Dark Carbuncle fans to have to deal with. As 2 players have gone down and these 2 power clams are going to be going in. Score of 48. It does look like they might even be able to get lead here, which they do at the very end. Carnival taking at the very final second in overtime, actually being able to take a lead on Dark Carbuncle fans, just because consistently throughout the game they had the clam economy in their favor.
That's what it truly comes down to, is having that pure aggression and the clam economy to shut things down, especially with only 20 seconds of overtime. And that's exactly what Carnival did. They stayed calm, they stayed cool and collected, they made sure to not panic, and there was just an excellent array there done to take home that game, making it 4-1, and Carnival being your champions of the Taroko's Splatling Spectacle.
And congratulations to both teams, especially Dark Carbuncle fans, for being able to rise up from the losers bracket and being able to actually force this bracket reset against Carnival as well, that have proven to be so strong, especially in both of these sets. Proving themselves to be the winner, as you said, calm, cool, and collected. I want to say also calm, cool, and collected. Those clams in not just that in that last game we saw, but also that museum clams game as well, where they proved how much of a strong momentum, that forward aggression that they can have, which ultimately allowed themselves to be the victors of Taroko's Splatling Spectacle. Anyway, I believe it is time now to thank our tournament organizers, Tristan and Taroko, and everyone else who has been involved in putting this amazing show on. And also thank you to Finazon for the amazing stream as well, and having this going for us. This has been a wonderful time, I believe. But Cactus, where can we find you on the internet?
Oh, you on the great World Wide Web, you could find me on YouTube and Twitter at Glitch Cactus, and maybe catch one of my streams over on Twitch at Glitch Cactus 1. Lily, it has been such an amazing time commentating with you today. Where can the great people find you?
Well, you can find me streaming at Twitch, streaming on Twitch at Lily Gravy Bread. That's Lili Gravy Bread, all one word. You can also find me on Twitter as well, same username, Lily Gravy Bread. But that's going to be it from us. Congrats to Carnival, and congrats also to Dark Carbuncle fans, and I hope everyone had an absolutely wonderful time for this tournament. It's been a long one, it's been a fantastic one, it's been one where the meta has just been completely non-existent, but you know, it's been so great to see. We'll see you another time.